Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. All right, Saturday night. Let's see, we've got two people. All right, Last Dance and myself. Welcome, everybody. Things will probably pick up here after a little while. Usually do. Lots of interesting. Good evening to you, my friend. Morning cup of tea. Welcome. As usual, I've done nothing to prepare for this, so just bear with me while we get things rolling here. Pretty interesting couple of things happened this past week, in particular yesterday. Into today, and then now it seems to have come to a bizarre ending. So this whole Russia Wagner Group thing is really perplexing. Definitely want to get into that tonight. Prigozhin, I guess is how you pronounce his name, appears to have come up with a solution to, or an ending to, his short-lived mutiny, which is going to be to exit to Belarus and to send his army to sign up for Russia, I guess. I don't know. The whole thing is perplexing. Military action taken against Russia. It seemed like helicopters were shot down. Something shady going on, for sure. He definitely, it ended so abruptly. There's definitely something shady going on. I'd like to hear opinions about that from you guys, whatever you think. Last Dance, I'm sure you're full of an opinion on that one. Cup of tea as well. Yeah, just crazy stuff, man. Very warm out here today. All of a sudden, it's like fucking sweltering down here. Let's see here what we got. Apparently, Donald Trump has reacted to the mutiny. Big mess in Russia. This is Donald Trump's quote. A big mess in Russia, but be careful what you wish for. Next end may be far worse, implying that the next one in after Putin, or who replaces Putin, could be far, far worse. Interesting. Trump did seem to have an affinity for Putin, which I always thought was odd. Maybe I misread it, but it certainly seemed that way. Hello, Martin. Hello, Sammy Cat. Welcome. Yeah, we had a visitor here. Today it was a bear. A bear came through the driveway, back of the house through the driveway, and took a look at my bird feeders and thought he was going to break my fence down, so I had to yell at him to get the fuck out of here, and he then promptly left, which was cool. I yelled from afar with the door slightly open and clapped, get out of here, bear, hey bear. Oh, cool, great Wow, Martin. Do you mean live or you watch the show on TV? Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, they played there tonight. Wow, great concert you went to, huh, Martin? Cool, man. That is epic, dude. Glastonbury is a festival. And oh no, Mr. Burgles. All right, we got to figure out how to manage this. We'll see. Hopefully it works. Me. On the old BBC. I see. Okay, cool. Cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would just do all that we can to just ignore it. And we'll see. Whatever. We'll see. If you go through the trouble of it, you can figure out how to. I can figure out some workarounds for this, but it's kind of very distracting. Hey, wife, how are you? Let's get a banner up there for you. And we'll put a ticker up at the same time. Random. I don't know why I made that. Obviously, quite a long time ago. And I could fill the screen with it. It's just you'd have to type it like probably 8 times, and it would just be. Maybe it's more dramatic having it spaced apart. But welcome, 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 welcome. We're gonna have to manage this. So, do the best you can to talk amongst yourselves. Didn't I do this before? Last dance, you can do what you can to fix that if you can. Wow, crazy. Okay. I know I figured this out before. Settings. Channel. All right, how are we looking here? Not good. I know, but he's got like a million different versions, so he's just going to keep creating them until I can put a. There was once I put a delay on comments. Let me see if I can figure that out. Okay. No, that's not it. I figured this out once before. I would love to figure this out now. Okay. Edit. Okay, that's what I need to find. I'll go here. Channel. There it is. All right, let's try that. I put a delay up, so you guys are going to have to deal with that. If I have to make the delay longer, I will. So that will certainly help. An 18-second delay between comments. Yeah. It's impossible to do anything. If you'll notice, it's got a slightly alteration to ooh, nice Chianti with some fava beans. Cool, man. If it's a good one. It is good good wine. It's one of the ones that you don't hear, you know, it's not as popular, but there's good Chianti, good rosé, definitely. 13%. Very nice. Very good. So the plus side of the 18% delay, 18-second delay, is that we all have to keep chiming in to fill the comment screen. Otherwise, he will every 18 seconds. Although maybe I warded him off. What did I just hit? You liberated 2 bottles. What does that mean? 5-finger discount? No kidding, huh? Or just purchased 2 is possibly what you're saying. But right on, dude. Man, that's some tasty stuff. Tasty ganj. There is essentially nothing on an open platform like this that YouTube can do, because there's freedom involved with YouTube, and that's part of the beauty of it. It's something anybody can do, obviously. YouTube, blah blah blah, and it does create an open space for people to send bad vibes and do negative things, and that's indicative of the whole internet, as we all know. They can last dance, but on the counter of that, somebody can also just have 300 channels created, and there's not much that YouTube could do about that, unless they gave you the channel of the route of banning an IP address, but that's pretty much not ever going to happen. So because it's an open platform, you can have as many channels and be a creator with as many different channels as you want. As you know, like, for example, someone popular like Donut Operator has multiple channels. So that's part of the beauty of it, is that they leave it into the people's hands, I guess. I don't know. If you have an idea, certainly be up to hear it. Alright, Chris John Wright. Alright, cool, man. Let me know. We can let YouTube know. What about a pre-editor? So say I have a comment editor, like I pick one of you guys, and you get to see each comment before it gets presented in the chat. In other words, or there's another thing. What about something like only people, like I have to okay people to be into the chat? That's one that would work. That's one that would work. Either having like a chat moderator who like vets every comment, checks it, or having me like let everybody into the chat, like a bouncer letting people into the pub. Boom, I need a bouncer. Right, I'm answering my question. I'm answering basically what you said, Last Dance, by like brainstorming. And yeah, there are some things. And I think YouTube just doesn't, well, for one, doesn't give a crap about stuff like that, because they're Google and they make expression filter. Okay. Yeah, you're right. There's some stuff. It'd be cool if I could do any of those things. Yeah, like you can give somebody like a pass and they can just make comments the whole night. Anytime anyone shows up, they'd have to say go to the private chat first. Say, here I am, yo bro, what up? Boom, you're in. You know, you're in for the night, or maybe, yeah. Although, can you have the name of the same name as other people as it's displayed? Yeah, you could be the bouncer. Alright, I can back down. In fact, I'll DM my buddy and see if I should. You can. That's kind of a problem. You can have the same name. Another YouTube problem. Your name should have to match your user account. That would help, and then you could essentially report somebody who was doing bad stuff and say that is them. They're not masquerading as somebody else. Right, now I remember multiple times in the past when people have faked names. Mm-hmm. How the devil are we? Great, John. How the devil are you, my man? Um, yeah, I am well. Like I was telling people earlier, we had a nice bear in the driveway, trying to get at my bird feeders earlier. I had to scare him off into the neighborhood, and big enough that he could do some damage. Black bears don't generally have any interest in people. That being said, a man was just killed by a black bear in Colorado, I believe. A 60-something-year-old man was basically mauled to death until his neighbor came over with a rifle and shot the thing. So, and the guy was building a cabin in his yard. They're not. They say about one person a year gets killed by a black bear. So he was right, literally, through that screen door from where I'm sitting. I'd say 16 feet, 4.5, 5 meters tops. So, but me, I'm not worried about. I could put a fight up pretty good, but it's the family, that's the concern. We did a walk earlier around town. I had Smoke Wife with my nice polished piece of maple, using that, which is like a 4.5 foot long walking stick, which I polyurethaned and dried out and everything. And I had my K-bar on my hip in a sheath, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, anything, I suppose, would be better than nothing if you're in a life or death battle with a bear. K-bar. Yeah, in the bird feeder cup, man. He was standing up on my fence, and he started. It's a plastic fence, but it's the good kind of plastic, like PVC or whatever. And he started going like this on the fence because he felt it flex when he put his weight on it. And that's when I was like, fucking bear's gonna take down my fence. So I started yelling and clapping, and he walked off. He didn't hear me and bolt off. He kind of looked up at me, stepped off, like, backed off the fence, kind of walked off as he was looking up at me on my deck, over his shoulder, keenly aware that I was there. And I gotta say, he didn't look scared. He didn't look scared, man. He didn't look intimidated. He certainly looked somewhat comfortable around me as a person, which is not what you want. That's a problem for wildlife like that. He's going to be associating people with food, and if you're not trying to scare him off, if you're just hanging around watching it, he might not associate you with danger. Okay. No, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Let's just try that. All right, cool. Remind me in the future, Last Dance, to um, go to edit and open the customization thing under edit stream customization on the YouTube studio. And I can have that tab opened and ready to go if need be. I'll still forget completely how to get there, but it's certainly helpful to have it open. I could just go try to freak out the bear and punch myself in the face. No, I know what you meant. Punch the bear. Now, I pulled that one in Vermont where we used to live. This must have been, going on 16, 17 years ago. Much bigger bear. This one that was here, I'd say it was in the 120 to 150 pound class. A damn good sized predator. It's strong. The head was good size. In Vermont, bear was at the bird feeder one night, gorging himself on seed and eat all the suet, and just a disgusting display of like, I don't even know, what did the Romans do where they ate and they'd puke and eat more? That's what bears do when they get to bird feeders. It's so gross. They puke up the seed, then they eat it. It's nasty, dude. So he had done it one night up in VT, and then, the next night I was waiting for him. So I hear him out there banging around, and then I'm like, fuck it. So I had a few in me. I know I must have. I was a little crazy at the time. And I just busted out into the backyard, screaming bloody murder and waving my arms, trying to scare the bear away, like... So, kind of you could say a maple forest with like underbrush of like willow and maple and small hardwoods, like type of stuff that you would call a swish, that your dad would, like in the old days, would make you go get one and then he'd beat the shit out of you with it. This thing charged through that forest and cracking down all these little maple trees and willow boughs and everything. And I'd say after he went about 50 feet into the darkness, he stopped. And I was standing there in the yard cup. And I stood there for a minute and I could hear him breathing heavily right there, just out of the shine of the floodlight that we had in our yard. And I was like, fucker's waiting for me. That's it. I went inside. 3 minutes later, he was back. He was not scared at all. The only way I would have been able to get rid of him, which is what I did, I let him eat the shit out of it again that night, took the bird food source away. The bear probably came back the next couple of nights and never came back again. So it's a simple solution. Generally speaking, take away the food source, and they'll move on. I did feel bad for him. The thing was looking at my feeders on the fence, like, kind of like hungry, I want food. And I was like, well, can't help you, buddy. Sorry. All right, are we good? I was muted. Am I back? Something happened there. I think I touched the mic cable. Let me know now. How am I? Back. Great. Yeah. Bought this new 2.5 foot stupid microphone cable. Literally, it's the shortest cable. You see it on Amazon and you're like, wow, that's a good looking cable, right? Then I get it, and the fucking thing is like 2 feet long. It's not even a meter. And then I also ordered new headphone cable. Now this thing's like 9 feet long and it's getting hung up on everything. I just want a normal fucking cable length. I don't need extreme long cables or absurdly short cables. Just give me like a 3.5 footer. I mean, look at this thing. It's. What am I gonna go over to the fridge and get beers with my headphones on? Of course, I'll get a foot from the fridge and blink, out come the headphones. So it's like, if you want long cords, pay and get them. You don't like. I guess you just. I'm not reading the details. You can't just go by the pictures on the internet. You have to be like, all right, yeah, whatever. It's 5 feet long. That's too long. Where? Amazon? You know, no bueno. Let's get that shut. All right. Yeah, there's a rhyme for bears. Everyone's supposed to know it if you're in bear country. Not that you would ever see. There probably is a place where you could see all 3 types of bears in the same day, more or less. So with black bears, you're supposed to fight back. You fight the bear. You're supposed to make noise, scare it off, be aggressive. Brown grizzlies, you're supposed to like lie down and like not try to be aggressive because they will kill you because they're more aggressive. And if it's white, just say goodnight because that fucker is going to kill you no matter what you are or what you're doing. And eat you. So the one of the 3 that you really want to encounter obviously is a black bear, because 99.999% of the encounters, add a few more nines, end in no confrontation, with the bear exiting quickly. So, and that's bear talk for the day. Let me grab a couple more beers. Air check. We're all clear. One interesting point. He went that way, which is south, and generally at this time of year they're predominantly travel north. So there's a good chance he's going to come back through this mile or whatever, this, who knows, area is what I'm saying. I don't know if they're known to travel on the same paths over and over again, but yeah, grizzlies are no joke, man. One slap for sure. Those big paws. Huge claws. Amazing animals. Absolutely gorgeous. Hey, McGrand. I think I missed you, dude. How you doing, man? Sorry, I shut the door. No need for the fan. Bipolar bear. Interesting. They thought that's pretty funny, man. That Chianti's hitting the spot. Right, without the fan, it's dead silence. Just the birds. They say that because of the dwindling ice sheets that polar bears are starving to death because there's no ice for them to hunt the seals on, yada yada. I don't know if that's true. I do sound like I'm making fun of that. So they think that maybe polar bears and grizzlies have intermingled, and possibly they have had they've bred together. Were breeding, is what I've heard. That there's a new hybrid. They're calling it the Growler bear. which is horrible. Like, if anyone's seen the Seinfeld episode for Poland Springs and what's the other company's name? Moland or some Moeller water. They called it Moland Springs. Just terrible. Growler bear. But the other combination would be Pisley. Pisley doesn't work either. No, the only thing that works is growler bear. There's no other logical combination of grizzly and polar that I can come up with. I don't know. See if you guys can. Maybe you go with grizzlar. Grizzlar, like polar. Grizzlar bear? No, that's stupid. Polisley? That doesn't work. It's only growler bear. If they do interbreed, which may or may not be possible, they are both bears, so both of the genus Ursus, I guess, right? I believe. Or Bruin. I'm sorry, Bruin. One of the two. I screwed that up, but it's one of those, I think. No, yeah, because Ursus americanus is black bear, right? And I think Ursus horribilis is grizzly bear, and I'm not sure what polar is. Or I'm going to just guess Ursus arcticus or something along those lines. Yeah, they call them growler bears. Last Dance. That's what I was just talking about. Ursus maritimus. Yeah, so it is Ursus. I was right. I know a few Latin names of some of the birds and some of the mammals. Can anyone guess what Scarius carolinus would be? Last Dance, on a pure guess, Scarius carolinus. It's a very common thing. I bet you have one in the tree or two right near you in a tree right outside of you. It's a simple guess. And his guess is going to be eastern gray squirrel. Okay, good guess. You're sure it has been done that they've raised a polar bear pup? Yeah, if I suppose if they were hunting, it's off. It's off. Last Dance. It's not off. Save. It's on 1 second right now. Okay, shut off slow mode. Slow mode is off. All right, I put it on 1 second. Yeah, okay, now we're back. We're back to 0 seconds. I wouldn't even think you'd notice 1 second. But is something different about it? Let me know. Does it say it somewhere on the stream when it was set to that? Interesting. Okay, good to know. I will go with, unless we have an issue, no delay. If we have an issue, 15 to 18. I should be able to get that going fairly quickly. It says slow mode. I see. I got you. Yeah, okay. Right, it's not like I'm Steve Lookner or Donut Operator or, any one of these guys when they have a live stream. Donuts is hilarious when you see his going by. I mean, it is insanely fast if he doesn't have it on slow mode. Agenda-free news is readable for the most part. Although when the sub was underwater, that chat was getting going pretty damn fast. How many times can people ask the question of, like, people just ask crazy questions. They don't. It's like you can be so caught up with something, then you go on to a live chat and there's people there who have absolutely like no idea what is happening. Right, cup of tea, let her rip. A flood of chatting. Where's my upstairs chatter? She just showed up for 5 minutes and she's back on the TikTok. Come on. Back on the talk. It looks like that says chiff-chaff, which is a type of British bird. Yeah, we can go ahead and open this baby up. Anyone wants to join in? McGrand, Last Dance, cup of tea, always welcome. Not something you do frequently. When you do, you go on, you dress up and drag on TikTok? Is that what you're saying? Drag on TikTok. Oh, drag TikTok. Oh, okay, I got it. When you drag TikTok, meaning, yeah, you drag it through the mud or whatnot. I got you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there are some news people that are TikTokers that are somewhat respectable news, type of people I think you would respect. They're not all, ding-dong morons. Which is, I mean, there's a lot of them. Like there are a lot of them on every platform. But I think there's some credible people on there. You just have to find them. I don't watch it really, honestly. It's not my platform of choice. There you go. She, yeah, I mean, again, though, like, she's one of the morons that I just alluded to. There's got to be some, I mean, that's a fine example of the crappy side. I don't disagree with you there. Does she still have a job, that person? I wonder. Or did she get fired for her for releasing people's names who may not have wanted that? Little clean electric. She's still there, no kidding. It sounds so wimpy when it's not plugged in. Look, I'm switching the pickups like that's not going to do anything. If it's not plugged in, the pickups aren't doing anything. It's just purely the vibration of the strings in the air. There's no reverberation and obviously no sound hole like a hollow body or a semi-hollow body. I'd like to get a hollow body. That'd be a fun guitar to have. Not sure if our buddy, maybe I will a little later, Cup. Our buddy Random Goon. Does he have anything with the sound hole? Last Dance, like a semi-hollow. Oh yeah, he's got that Tim Henson acoustic guitar, that Ibanez, that new one. It's like a hollow body, kind of looks like a Telecaster. Very cool guitar. So he does have some. All right, a little bit of plugged-in guitar. Got to give the people what they want. Little beginner thing you always got to remember. You plug the cord into the guitar first. Especially if you're playing live, because If you have it just on, out, and random open, the second it touches anything metal, it makes a fairly annoying buzzing sound. Funny enough, I was working on Guns N' Roses earlier, Welcome to the Jungle. That effect is called delay. So obviously Slash, when he plays this song, he uses quite a bit of distortion. TikTok, that's hilarious. She came flying back like across the room with her TikTok cape. TikTok! Here we go. A little Welcome to the Jungle. That's loud. Sorry, let's turn that down a bit. A little more distortion, a little less volume. I don't even know if you guys can hear that or if it's complete fuzz. But there you go. Welcome to the Jungle. With a little delay. Last Dance, can you hear that? So here's what the delay sounds like on clean. Alright. That's trippy, man. That echo is, wow, that's far out. I could even forget that I'm even like doing a live stream if I let that echo reverberate in your head a little bit. It's fabulous. I don't know what that sounds like on you guys' end, but it just sounds great here. Hey Lee, how you doing? You want to jump on Last Dance? Love to have you. There you go.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I am good.
Good. How was that Guns N' Roses Total Fuzz Fest, or could you hear the notes?
You could hear the notes for sure.
Cool. Sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Slash has another guitarist, and they're both playing off of each other to make it sound like an echo. Then you add that delay echo into it, and the Guns N' Roses recording is totally chaotic. I contend that that's one of the best opening tracks of an album of the 80s and 90s, let's say. I think it's just a home run. Nice, Guinness. I'll just hide mine in shame.
Oh, that poor company, they're doing worse every week. Worse than the previous week.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I say to Americans, do it. You know, show your solidarity against a cause. Go for it. That's part of the beauty of America.
Yeah, I know. It just seems like it's such...
You were on board like 3 weeks ago.
I do. I would probably, I certainly understand it, but enough's enough. The company...
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, in a way, there's an underlying truth that I'll even admit, being a Bud Light drinker. It's bad. It's just smooth, and it's basically tastes like water, and it's good ice cold, and it doesn't really get me like slammed, so I can have a handful and basically be under control. And I've been drinking it for a long time, like way before this shit happened. So I guess it didn't really have an effect on me. But what I've heard stated about this boycott is it's not a boycott against a particular thing. It's a boycott against, like, wokeism.
Yeah, I think it is, but I don't know. I just see there's a lot of serious issues that woke ideology causes, and this isn't one of those serious issues. So,
but it is an easy.
It is. It's easy. You're right. It is easy. It's an easy step for someone that wants to take action,
mm-hmm.
and it is. But it's not the target. Bud, Anheuser-Busch, or whatever the company's called.
I think it's Unibev or some bullshit.
Yeah. InBev.
European. Yeah.
InBev.
Unibev, yeah. Personally, I think there's benefits to this. I think a lot of American smaller craft size beer companies are getting more business. I think people are going in that direction, and it might be having some benefit in sales, 10-20% to some of our smaller, real American brewers here.
I'm going to say that people who go switch from Bud Light are not switching to craft beers.
Not switching to the heady topper for $18.50 for a 4-pack.
They're going the next one over on the
Coors
Light or Miller or whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's true. So it's a small percentage of what I was saying. But those two, I think those two are American owned. So.
Yeah, I think so. I think Anheuser-Busch owns another light beer brand that's pretty well known.
Like maybe Tecate or Modelo.
No, it's like Miller. It's like another main brand.
Busch.
Is it Busch maybe?
Yeah, Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, of course. Yep.
Yeah. Busch Gardens.
Yep.
And I knew when I went there as a kid, when I saw like 1,500 cans a minute being produced, I was like, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. You see, have you ever been there? The cans going by on the assembly line?
No. I think I did go once to a Busch Garden in Williamsburg, Virginia.
It's fun. I mean, It's sort of
And
it's an indoctrination for kids to like get the Anheuser-Busch name in the blood,
I guess
and it's a fun day.
it is. I
You
mean,
know,
I've
the
always liked machines,
mm,
so I could watch big machines work all day.
yeah, the one in Florida had also the huge gardens, which is like a zoo, and this aerial thing that goes through, and it looks for about a half a mile like African savanna.
Uh-huh.
You're kind of transplanted, taken away from that. Kind of cool.
So,
Um,
what does cup of tea mean by this?
uh, does that mean how many hats do you wear? Like, are you a mod? Are you a co-host? Are you? Is that what he's saying?
I don't know what he's saying. I don't know. I'm not getting it.
Thumbnails of the old ones. Does every thumbnail feature you? Is that what he means?
I don't. Not that I'm aware
That would be hilarious if YouTube just shows you every time as the thumbnail.
of.
I don't know. He can clarify or not, and we can just wonder and be.
For the record, I have two thumbs.
There you go. Literally two. So, how about this fizzling out ending to what seemed like it was going to be a drastic change to the geopolitical landscape, specifically in Russia, and the
It's
Ukraine?
it's not. I can't explain it. It's inexplicable.
I mean, after reading a little bit about this guy, he funds like private armies in Africa.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he funds private armies, and then like he's got some kind of a bizarre connection between them and a lot of the hijackings of the ships. This guy, he has got a lot of money, man, and I can't
Right.
imagine that. What did Putin just tell him? You'll be dead in a day unless you do this. Probably.
I don't know. I mean,
It's
what
possible.
why would he have taken such a risky and potentially violent action if he didn't think he could, if he didn't think he'd survive it? I don't get it.
Yeah, and I mean, it showed that video of him and some of his top guys sort of sitting around, like, on it. Looked almost like a front porch in the middle of the city, and he had a couple of armed guys around with machine guns or whatever. Did you see any of that footage?
No, I didn't. But
To me, I'm wondering, like, with the technology and the capabilities that are out there, maybe Russia had him zoomed in on, like they knew the exact spot where he was, and they might have just told him, you'll be dead.
I mean, they could have. They
Um,
certainly have the technical capabilities with photo reconnaissance satellites and everything out there that we have. They could have figured his exact coordinates. They have missiles that can be programmed to hit a spot based on
of course.
either GPS or their own equivalent technology. GLONASS, I think, but they probably use GPS because
We
it's
had
better
shit.
maintained.
We had stuff that we could fly into like windows through bunkers, tiny little areas, remotely. So
Yeah, those were typically laser spotted
sure.
weapons, to get that precise. But GPS is close enough for a 500-pound bomb. You don't,
Hmm.
within 3 meters is definitely close enough.
So we know they have that capability, and I would think he would know what they'd be capable of. See, Lee's already leading me down the road that I'm
Yeah,
leading.
I've certainly seen the.
Not exactly a Trojan horse, but clearly he knew that this was going to be, if it was for real, was going to end up in his death for sure. There was no way he was getting out of this. And I don't know. I just think it seems like this had some kind of air of planning to it. Huge
I mean,
amount of shock, international awe for 24 hours, and all of a sudden, you fucking, that's it.
It didn't look all that sophisticated. It looked like you just rolled on into Rostov, and then from there towards Moscow.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm not sure how. He allegedly shot down some helicopters that were firing on his Wagner troops.
Mm. Well, I mean, it's just bizarre because they're fighting for the same side.
It is bizarre.
I mean, it would literally be. Well, we don't have any. It would be like if there was a huge group of those. What is that company? Black something?
Black Rock.
Is it the mercenaries?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the company.
It'd be like if they were out fighting in Iraq and then they went and revolted against the Marines, and then 24 hours there was Marines battling. It doesn't make any sense, man.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's just, yeah, I don't know, baffling to say the least.
I mean, so you don't like? I mean, he supposedly a lot of his Wagner troops were killed due to incompetence on the part of the Russian army. Either not keeping it supplied or
logistical.
Logistical,
stuff.
Right?
Yeah, right. I got you. Mm-hmm. Well, I've heard that this dude, the chief of the Wagner, he had some restaurants like in Russia. I think they were actually called New Haven or something like that, translated into Russian. And that Putin used to hang out there with a lot of the, high-end level guys that are in his cabinet.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a government, but it's also kind of a kleptocracy in a sense. And to do that, you have to surround yourself with people who are in on the scam. And certainly Prigozhin is one of those corrupt oligarchs, that's in on the theft.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's some sort of a white knight there, going to rescue Russia from corruption and come back with a pure meritocracy, military system there where you only get to be the chief if you're that good.
Right.
I mean, he that's just not who he is. So I don't quite understand what he was fighting for. Because in order to believe what he says, you would have to believe that his actions were going to lead to some sort of a reform that he's asking for. And I don't really think that was. I don't
he
really
wasn't
see how,
asked. You don't think? Well, what do you think his motivation was?
I don't know. I really don't know. It could be exactly what he says, that he wants. He wants these Shoigu and the other Ministry of Defense characters. He wants them punished for their incompetence, or
Yes.
as he said, they should be hung publicly.
It's that's what it is. How do you say this guy's name again? I got to write it down. Prigozhin.
Yeah.
I keep saying Poroshenko. That always pops into my head. That was the guy who was poisoned, I believe, or something, right?
That was Navalny.
Navalny.
And then the other guy that was poisoned in England. What was his name?
I think I might have said it. I don't know.
Poroshenko? No, that doesn't sound right.
No. Well,
I've heard. No.
Hell no. I've heard that those two guys, the leader of the military and the defense guy, were jealous of Prigozhin because they're the ones who were essentially funding and running the show for the Wagners, and they were the ones who were intentionally under supplying them. And then on top of that, they attacked his troops. So he was claiming they weren't giving us what we needed to fight this war, and then they turned their guns on us. So it's like,
And I don't know whether that's true or not. I mean, I could believe it. It's one thing to believe these are all patriots, but like I said, they're first and foremost corrupt, politicians, and and they have their own rivalries, and it's possible that they were. This was part of the rivalry, is to withhold stuff from the Wagner troops and maybe even accidentally fire on them, or there's all kinds of things they could do. They could have given the coordinates to the Ukrainians so they could do their dirty work.
mm-hmm. That's indeed true, isn't it?
Yeah, so I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know.
The whole thing is crazy now. So like, Putin's paying him, or he was paying him, a lot of money for the conscripts. Like the Wagner group were privatized, so like there's a huge amount of money there. So he was funding the war. Russia was paying for, instead of using their own army, they were hired these guys to do it.
I don't know what the financial arrangements were exactly.
But that's kind of what my understanding is. And now that he's going to Belarus, they're all going to sign up for the Russian regular army.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Except the ones that didn't. Well, what I read was that if you didn't rebel and you were in the Wagner army, you could sign up for the Russian army. If you did rebel, we'll see. So
They're gonna.
I don't know. Maybe they'll just say let bygones be bygones. But
that's a better prize than getting mandatory army. All right, buddy, we'll see ya. I'm gonna try to go escape now.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna go to Belarus too.
Yeah, right. Seriously, I mean, they're definitely not. I think the good thing is going to be going army. The bad thing might be forced army, or even worse, like they could get like
stuck at the front where the meat grinder is.
Minesweepers,
Yeah.
Like with fucking that's what they use, is basically metal detectors, advanced metal detectors. I mean, it works so long as the thing doesn't backfire on you.
Right, as long as you detect it.
You trip on a little rock and drop your thing, and it touches the ground, and bingo. All right, that's McGrand right there, as far as I can tell.
Yep.
What's going on, dude? How are you?
Good.
McGrand is the man in the moon.
Nice sound, looking good, man. How about a crazy 24 hours, right? With this, what we're talking about.
Yeah, I was gravely disappointed at the fact that they stopped and turned around.
Yeah, it seems like Putin made an offer that the guy could not refuse, and he ended the whole fucking thing. And fucking like, all right, I'm out. See ya. That was fun. Just bizarre, dude.
Yeah, it's
This is the kind of thing that conspiracy theorists will be fighting each other over. Which conspiracy?
Actually, we're fortunate for something like I saw the first moon landing. This is I missed D-Day, but this is like a special mark in history. I saw Chechnya and all that, but this is it's really history.
It is,
Indeed.
but it didn't. It's not as exciting as it could have been.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, Lee.
Howdy.
Lee,
You know
Respect,
what?
Lee.
I think the West has been. Can you hear me all right?
Barely.
Yeah, very good.
I think the West has been completely. I think the West has been completely hoodwinked here, because this guy, right? He's a mercenary. They pay him money, and it's no doubt that they've done the hardest, toughest fighting. They're ruthless. So you pretend that you're going to turn against Putin, which is a bit odd. He knows he could be taken out, no problem. The pictures I've seen on the news didn't see there was a huge convoy either. But anyway, And then all of a sudden he gets a call from Alexander Lukashenko, whatever he's like, from Belarus, which is obviously we know is an ally, and he's convinced that to call it off, and now they're going to go to Belarus and everything will be forgiven. Well, what a fantastic way of moving those forces into Belarus with no attack.
Well, I think they're actually retreating. They're not going to Belarus. They're retreating. Those forces.
Yeah, as far as I know, only Prigozhin is going to Belarus. Maybe a couple of his bodyguards too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we lost you, Lee.
Yeah, Lee got buffed.
Yeah.
There he is. Okay, try.
Fits into the conspiracy theory.
I'm gonna
though.
wait till his camera comes on just in case.
we got two Lees here.
Yeah. Idiot me! I'm like, there he is! Click, bang, boing, 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 boing. You know.
Lee and Lee.
There it is, Lee. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I dropped out. Yeah, so I think he's like tricked everyone and able to move his forces into Belarus, and with all the fighting going, I bet you within a few days that he's back on Russia's side, being paid a fortune and attacking from the north whilst they're all in the east. I think it's a plan. I really do.
It's interesting.
I would bet against that, Lee.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to entertain, but I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's the guy just got a fucking Santa Claus sized bag of fucking cash and he's fucking and he's gonna maybe be allowed to live. I don't know. And I know he's very wealthy already. I don't really know what he's doing. Why doesn't he just go away somewhere and fucking live with his fucking millions on an island? Buy an island, buy a yacht. Fucking, why is he out there in war zones, you know?
He's probably wanted in the West.
He is.
So he can't, can't
go
to France and retire.
It's funny if you look at the videos of the where he goes into the first city. It's Rostov
on Don.
Yeah, and he's meeting with two other generals. And you got the guy to his right, who's army, and then you got the guy to his left. If you look at it, you've seen the video. He's sitting there talking.
Yeah, they're on like
it's
a
all
porch.
stock video now.
Yeah.
The guy's got the he's got the army jacket on, but underneath he's got the T-shirt that has the horizontal stripes, and that's the Russian Navy, right? Isn't that weird? Why would they have troops from the Russian Navy deployed in that area of Russia?
Who knows?
Anyway, it's something to point out.
But
I noticed.
It could just be a shirt as well.
No, it's all symbolism with those guys. So
I hear you.
Anyway, I noticed it. It might mean nothing, but who knows?
Interesting, nonetheless.
Yeah, you know what? Steve, as a guy who goes to I like to go to your bar, but I try and restrain myself. So instead of me drinking at like 2:00, I waited till like 5:00, and you got to start opening your bar earlier because I got problems
it's better
here,
for
man.
you. It's better. Just use it as the day to drink a gallon of water, or in your case, a gallon of lemonade.
Oh yeah, dude! I've been drinking some lemonade today. It's so hot down here. You guys have no idea.
Finally, the humidity hit us today, and I was like, I can't be on my winter water schedule. I've got to up my water game. Like, once you start sweating, it's like you got to double your water intake. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I should drink, what I drink. I drink 3 to 4 liters a day in the summer of water. And in the winter, it's probably 2,
Yeah. But I think you should drink more than water because when you're you can go into renal failure like marathoners, for example. They don't give them water. They give them stuff like light Gatorade or
Sure.
Kool-Aid or shit because what happens is if you're experiencing a lot of that, you should do fucking lemonade, dude. Have a couple
Well,
lemons,
I'll
have
put
an
a shot.
orange, have some
I'll,
mangoes,
I'll
something.
put a shot or two of organic, like cranberry juice, all 100% cranberry juice in
Cranberry
there.
juice is good. That's
Just
going to help your.
add that to the ice water, and it adds
It's
a bit
good
of
for the
zip.
urinary tract too. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll do a shot of that, and I'll also do, probably 30 ounces of coffee every day, which
I
is
was a
great.
big coffee guy my day, man. I love coffee.
Dude,
That's the
it's
first
very
thing I
good.
do in the morning. But you know what?
It's
After,
very good for the liver.
well, I, I've evolved, so I'm a like I have my nice mug of coffee in the morning with
You've
sugar.
evolved.
And
Your tail fell off.
yeah, yeah.
That's pretty good. Grow wings. Yeah, I drink 30 ounces of coffee before, early morning every day. Always iced, never hot. Don't like hot coffee.
Really?
Yeah,
You mix it with milk?
a little tiny bit of cream.
All
It's
right.
some of the
So
things
so
you can't
so
give up in
so when you
life.
mix it, do you mix it when it's hot or when it's cold?
Never. Cold.
Uh,
See, I have a big
how about sugar? You add sugar?
1 teaspoon per 30 ounces. Very small amount.
I'm not a
Just
30 ounce.
enough to take the acid off.
You
25
should,
to 30
you
ounces.
should give yourself 2 teaspoons and enjoy the sugar, man. Come on,
I
come on.
like the bitterness. I just like to take a little bit. I like to neutralize the acid because I do drink a lot of it. Sugar does that. It neutralizes the cup, so it's a little less bitter.
I drink it black, and I've drunk it black for 35 years.
Wow.
It
You know, it's
works.
funny. It's funny. My mother, she would put milk in her coffee, but we used to have the percolator. Which, by the way, I'm looking for a percolator. I'm thinking I want to go back to that because you don't have to buy filters. Put the
Yeah,
percolator on the stove top. You know.
dude, we got a copper coffee filter that you just rinse. It's mesh copper. It's fabulous.
Yeah,
I
I'm
highly
just talking
recommend it.
like camping stuff. I could throw it on a stove. You know what I mean? Anyway,
Yeah, the old
um,
aluminum kind.
my
Yeah.
my mom, she gave up sugar because of the rations during World War II.
Mm,
Yeah,
sure.
my mom was a civilian.
Lost her
She,
taste for it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
They used to give up meat and shit, right, during the
Yeah,
week for
yeah,
1 or 2 nights so the soldiers could get it.
yeah.
I mean, how is it? Was it only the honor system? Was there always some fat ass down there grabbing all the meat down at the supermarket? Like, I mean,
I'm sure there
Yeah,
was, Steve.
they had rationing. There were ration books.
Yeah,
oh,
You
so
had
you had like
she
tickets or
so you
the
had
check,
tickets,
whatever.
right?
Yeah,
she
I
she
got you.
she had an interesting job. She worked for the government. She would read mail and see if there was anything that should be censored
Yeah.
coming back from U.S. troops.
Oh, cool.
Could- She spoke Spanish, so
That is
and yeah,
interesting, man.
yeah, it's like somebody made a living during World War II. That it's amazing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I had an uncle who was a nose gunner in a B-17. He got
Wow.
shot down and taken prisoner, and got taken to a Stalag as a POW for. He was in the Army Air Corps. I don't
Yeah,
believe the Air Force existed at that time.
exactly. It didn't. It was the Army Air Corps all the way. So anybody that
Right.
says they were flying during World War II in the Air Force, the Air
It's a
Force
lie.
did not exist. Yeah,
Yeah, he went down. It was a whole crazy story. There, a plane next to them got blown up right in front of my uncle, and he saw the whole thing. And they were all his friends, and he never forgot that till the end of his days. That I think that scarred him, poor guy. But
fuck.
his plane then got hit probably by the same array of flak and went into a pretty bad nosedive. The pilot, by some miracle, leveled out the plane and got it flat, opened the bomb bay doors. Everybody, but in the nosedive, my uncle fell to the front of the nose, and all the 50 cal ammunition was falling on him. And he's looking at the ground, like, 25,000 feet below, whatever. The pilot leveled out the plane. Uncle climbed out of the ammo, climbed to the bomb bay door. Chute had been pulled and deployed already. So he doesn't know how, but he thinks somebody just sent him on his way because they didn't realize, like, he looked down and his chute was deployed. They thought he was just delaying, so he got the nudge out. And a miracle, the fucking chute opened. So, pretty cool stuff. He landed in his flight slippers, and, like, he was immediately freezing to death. So you didn't want the villagers to capture you because they would fucking stick a pitchfork in your chest or your belly right away. So they all got picked up by the SS and put in the back of a big flatbed. Funnily enough, though, like, one of the soldiers grabbed his Zippo, and, like, their lieutenant or sergeant slapped the soldier and gave it back to my uncle, and, like, they treated them with a fair amount of respect.
Yeah, they were getting reports back from the way we treated German prisoners, submariners, and pilots, and they knew we were giving them the ability to through the Red Cross to have mail sent to Germany. German POWs really had it made when they came to America,
Right.
and so there was some reciprocation with, especially the Air Force.
That's why you didn't want to get captured by the villagers, because they considered you to be bombing them.
Yeah, they were called Luftstalags, and that's where they would keep, and they were run by Air Force, their German Air Force. So there was some mutual element of respect, and that included, you would have officers and then also enlisted men, the gunners and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, the way that they tried to get information from them was withholding food, day or two, and then they'd have them one at a time come up and talk to the commandant, and the commandant would pour them glasses of liquor, who knows what was in it, and give them unfiltered German cigarettes and just get into conversations with them.
Interesting.
And they were the Nazis. Of course, they were putting a little bit of something extra in the booze that they were giving to the guys, and they did it on an empty stomach. Whatever it was, maybe it was just the booze and cigarettes was enough, but the guys would get dazed and be dizzy in there trying to maintain a conversation. They couldn't really even say their name and rank and serial number because they were getting kind of drunk, and that was what the Nazis were doing to try to get information out of them. It's sort of a not cruel, but sort of cruel, because they're withholding food on the intention of the alcohol and the cigarettes kind of having a stronger effect on them, which I'm sure
I think it makes absolute sense.
Yeah, it skirts. I don't know about Geneva or anything like that, but it doesn't scream of torture per se, but it kind of walks the line. But I'd be psyched. I'd be like, fuck it, let's have a cigarette and some booze.
Me too.
All right. And then after a couple, you're out there like, I tell you, we had 100 planes, maybe 150, all ready to go on the airfield, fueling away right now. That's what they want.
The secret is to lie.
Right.
And we learned this in Vietnam in the modern days.
The secret is to be told lies.
Well, I'm just
by
saying.
Your commanding officer, so that you pass them on without even realizing it.
Right. Right. So what you think is the truth is actually bullshit.
Right.
So they would be expecting you to fold under pressure and just give you a total fake story, and then interesting way to think about it. Yeah, but that was interesting. I always was always proud of my uncle for that.
You know what though? You should be proud of your dad, because the Korean story is even more fucking interesting.
Yeah,
It's like
totally.
I have a book and I have it somewhere. It's called The Forgotten War, and it is an absolute um, clear description of what happened in Korea. And dude, there were so many American and other Western nation heroes in Korea. You had Turks that would use bayonet attacks against charging Chinese troops. And we talked about this last dance. The Chinese coming across the border with American uh, burp guns,
Mm-hmm. Across
45
the
caliber.
across the Yalu River.
Yeah. So there are so many great stories that really need to really be retold. And that sounds like I'm working for Fox News there.
Oh, that's interesting. Keep it going. I'm just messaging with our buddy, the bug. We'll just call him the insect. He'll be around later, buzzing around.
Well, I look forward to
Uh,
bugs. I'm gonna go have a cigarette. I have to go outside now. Although I look like I'm looking at the moon, I'm not really. I'll be back in a. Carry on, boys.
sure, sure. Just looking up a fact. I remember hearing this. Um, I think he answered our group chat, buddy.
It was me.
Okay. You're probably like, roasted beets. Oh.
I'm sure he was saying brats.
Oh yeah. Okay. Right. No, because beets is it's BEETS.
Right, yeah.
Unless he's pulling off some beats, did he mean it like he's a DJ?
That's what I was wondering. Is that
Trying to be funny?
he's got a little rhythm he uses working the grill, but no, I noticed the E is right next to the R on the keyboard. So
Yeah, there was a bayonet charge in 2011 in Helmand Province by the Wales Royal Regiment. I knew I had read about that. You read so much, you skim. That's one cool thing about the internet. Whenever your mind wanders, but I forget it all. There's so much sometimes.
did they run out of ammunition?
No, I think they were literally like a wall to wall, like
Oh.
insurgents on the other side, and
Okay.
the guy was just like fixed bayonets, and they just jumped over the wall and started stabbing, and the insurgents were like terrified. Although it seems incredibly risky.
Yes.
I don't
So-
know.
I mean, it's not like they didn't have guns too. So
Exactly. You're really relying on some kind of a shock factor a little too much there, because having seen so much of this stuff now, especially from the Ukraine footage, like these in close combat with these types of automatic, or even if they're in semi-auto mode, like one or two of these rounds hits you, you are toast. It ain't like
Yeah.
guys don't have to be aiming like they're at a marksman. You see guys shooting into trenches like this, and then they look and film into the trench, and it's like 3 dead bodies, because they're just getting like, first of all, they're like 20 feet away from each other. And then, think about these guys jumping over. Although, with the bayonets on, it's still a functional rifle.
yeah, they could fire.
So, I mean, it's double scare. You're filling them full of 223 rounds, as well as stabbing the fuck out of them. I suppose if you do that to a few of them, the remaining ones, if they're not as cold as ice, are going to be like running for the hills, man.
I just think you get up on the wall and you fire. You don't jump down and
Right.
fight. So it doesn't really make sense unless they didn't have guns, which seems unlikely.
Yeah, it's interesting. The last two that are noted are like, one was like the Scottish Highland Brigade, and the other was like the Royal Wales. So these guys are clearly like, I don't know, 1,000+ year old maybe armies that have probably done so many bizarre charges over the years and all kinds of crazy wars that we can only imagine about, that there has to be some level of tradition involved with it, you know, to them. Although if you're one of the guys, are you like, did he just say fixed bayonets? Is he out of his mind? Let's just shoot them, you know, like, but you gotta just.
I mean, I could believe that they would run or nearly run out of ammunition if they were cut off for some reason.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah, this is funny, cup of tea. It reminds me of that famous news clip when the lottery had got up to like 100 million for the first time, and the reporter asked the guy who's filling out his lottery ticket, "What would you buy, sir?" And without skipping a beat, he says, "I'd buy a bunch of cocaine and some hookers." She's like, "Okay, that's not what we wanted to hear." And he's like, "No."
The risks of going live.
Right. And then his wife came out later and was like, "You have to know him. That's his sense of humor. Like, he is a hilarious guy, but he wasn't serious. You just have to know him." So I thought that was cool. Like, people were like judging the guy, like, "Oh, what is this guy? You know, crackhead, hookers." No, he's just a normal guy trying to be funny. You know, like, I love it.
Well, you bet the hookers were saying, "All right."
Yeah, right. Exactly. That would be if he won. He didn't. Actually,
Yeah.
it was just a goofy news story or whatever.
Because you know what the guys who do win spend their money on.
Yeah, some of them are smart, and then some of them you hear like blow through 60 million in like 3 years. Like,
Yeah,
what
they
the fuck
spend
happened?
it on cocaine and hookers.
Can you imagine? It's like some of those bands from the 70s. That
Yeah.
the drummer from Fleetwood Mac said he definitely put over $1 million up his nose.
Wasn't that Fleetwood? Mick Fleetwood?
That's
Wasn't he
Mick, right?
The drummer? Yeah.
Yeah. So he wasn't shy.
Yeah.
You know, those fast fingers of Lindsay, right? Lindsay Buckingham.
Yeah.
They were fast for a reason. That guy is a terrific guitar player. But it makes sense though, like you can't see him getting hammered and playing all those complicated, complex rhythms and finger picking that he does. But you could see him doing a few toots to a few bumps of the old yayo and really zeroing in on those strings. It's like it matches up.
I don't know. You know, I looked at that Beatles movie, the Let It Be movie.
Yeah, put you on mute and run and grab some beers, but I can hear you.
Okay. And, you know, you could kind of see that Paul was kind of on cocaine at that point, and John Lennon was obviously doing heroin or something like that. And they just didn't seem as connected as when they were a little more innocent, you know, a few years prior to that. I don't know. I didn't think they were quite as productive when they were doing harder drugs. Yeek! What was that?
Hershey bar with almonds.
Okay.
That's good though. That means my audio is working good.
Yeah, that actually didn't sound that good.
No, tell me, is it effective?
Yeah, it just sounded like someone was nails on a blackboard kind of sound.
All right, so
I think it was from you moving it with your hand.
wow.
It was like.
So, can you give me some positive feedback on my audio potential? Is it good?
Sounds great.
Good.
It's best you've had yet.
There he is.
And we're back. Here we go. Yeah, I heard what you were saying last dance about hard drugs and music creation. No, it doesn't add to it. But I'm just saying it wouldn't be as detrimental, that one, I guess, as alcohol for certain types of music. Although drinking does work for some people, like live. It's, I guess, I was sort of just making a joke as well. But there
Yeah.
are times when bands are doing drugs that they make the best music of their careers.
It could be coincidental. Like you remember me telling you last week that I thought that for most people their most creative period is in their 20s,
Yes.
and once they hit their 30s, they're past their prime.
As well as it could be considered people's kind of wild times.
And it's also the time they're most likely to do drug, and it may be all connected too. It might be that in that creativity they seek new experiences and new
they're single.
new
often.
adventures. Yeah, so
They're single. They're usually in the best shape of any one particular person's life is usually your early 20s. Not everybody, but you're youthful. You're going to attract a large audience of people just on if you're a good-looking person with decent musical skills. You're a wild partier. You're on the scene. There's tons of drugs there, and you're right. It's a kind of a conglomeration of a lot of things.
It's a scene.
It's a scene, right?
With lots of parts to it, and the drugs are only one part of it. But.
And obviously, the drugs and the booze ends up taking some of the greats, which is it sucks. But without that whole scene and everything that got put into it, probably wouldn't have the music
Right.
in a lot of those cases. I
Right.
think. Look at like the Velvet Underground, man.
Yep.
a lot of crazy shit going on there, and it was just the scene.
Yep.
Warhol and Lord.
Wow, look at that bottle, man. That's full.
No, this one's a quarter. There's four.
Holy shit. That will last me at least 3 months, man.
There's Fuller.
No, that's the beauty of a liberal local government.
Mhm. For sure, man. Stuff tastes like blueberries. It's incredible. Yeah, I do love my state. What's going on right now? We're at a year anniversary of something. Does anyone know what it is? Fairly pivotal turn in the conservative direction for our country, facilitated by the Supreme Court.
Oh, that's right. The Dobbs ruling.
The Dobbs ruling on abortion,
Yep.
returning it back to the control of the states. Which
Ronald Reagan started that trend.
Reagan Republican thing.
Yeah.
Right.
You saw it on the power of the states to determine their own future.
Yep. hmm It's kind of hard for me to discuss because I live in a state where it's codified here that it's never going to change. So it doesn't really affect me, but I do have to think like you have to put yourself in every type of American shoes, and that's almost impossible because there's 400 million of us, but you have to think like other people and how it affects them. 1 year ago, Mr. Kill, yep. So what they did was they didn't directly change any laws. They only changed the ability for a particular state to change its own laws. Right?
Yes, they overturned an earlier ruling, Roe versus Wade,
Mm-hmm.
that said that there was a constitutional right to an abortion,
And empowered the states.
and
Right. They
it
turned it
thereby
around.
fell to the states. Then each state has their own laws regarding that.
Which is
So,
which
it's-
is like a weak. Anyway, it's a weak argument, but
Well, what I think should happen is
It's central to the Republican Party's
people should be
philosophy.
able to vote. It should be a vote thing, in my opinion. If it's not a majority thing, if it's heavily wanted one way by one group, a percentage of the population, then why not decide by the population?
You know what? That's called a referendum, and I'm greatly in favor of that, Steve.
That's
It's
how they
something
did it
that
here with cannabis.
yeah, it was something that happened in Florida too.
And if the majority
It, it,
votes one way, that's fine.
yeah, it has to be a referendum, but
The problem
like
is,
what
what
even
if a referendum is close?
Yeah, it sucks
I-
because
I-
then you
it-
get
So then if you-
49% that are completely feel like they're having a right taken away.
I mean, if it
If-
was like 60 to 40, okay, you don't have to have another referendum for 10 years.
no.
But if it's like 51 to 49, I mean, it could just be, if you'd done it on a different day, it would have gone the other way. So,
well,
do you have to have a referendum
well,
every year then?
I apologize for that, but that's the way it is, and so maybe in 10 years they can have another referendum. You know,
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying that we're talking parliamentary procedure here.
then
and-
you wouldn't have a referendum. Referendum is
No, but I'm talking
direct
about,
democracy. A
but
parliament.
we're talking about the will of the people. So I am open and free to open elections determining my government. I'd rather have that than a bunch of self-serving politicians. So
Well, I mean,
if it's a way for me to circumvent, like for example, in my state, I have a conservative legislature and a conservative governor, and we can make no headway on a lot
Who's
of
we?
issues other than through referendum. Which
I mean, why would you think you'd do better on referendum unless you think that somehow these legislators don't reflect
well,
their constituents' voting patterns?
well, that's a good argument. I'm just saying that it is it's a right for people to try and seek that kind of justice in their own minds. It's a
doesn't
legal
really mean
means. It's a legal means, and if you can get enough signatures, you can have a referendum.
I'm not totally against it. I'm just saying that.
You know
just
what?
Did
Think
I
about
do that or you?
I did it.
Okay.
I don't think that's correct here in this country.
No, here you pay for it.
Well, it depends who you are. I mean, you might be on Medicare or Medicaid or some sort of Obamacare, or who knows. But yeah, in general, you pay for your own medical care here through either insurance or out of your pocket or a combination of both.
Right.
It's interesting.
As part of a job, you might get it as part of what you make.
Right.
But you have to remember that could be, what, $2,000 a month for a family? Even more?
It
So,
can
Yeah.
be.
fucking
Yeah,
crazy. Dude.
absolutely. It's fucking insane.
It's true. If you're on Medicaid, if you're poor enough, you can.
It is the greatest embarrassment of the American government and the American society that allows the healthcare system to dominate our very lives.
Well,
it's absurd.
I don't
It's
know
absurd.
if it's.
It's absurd
Yeah,
and obtuse as well.
There's definitely reasons to be dissatisfied with that.
I am eating a Hershey bar for my European, Hershey bars.
Yeah.
Hershey's isn't European, dude.
No, I know, but it sustained the American armies in World War II.
I'm not really a big fan of Hershey.
Hershey, Pennsylvania, man. It's just to your north.
I know where it is.
You know what? I landed in Hagerstown one time.
Landed.
Yeah,
It's
airplane.
a pretty small airport.
Yeah. I flew from Florida to Hagerstown. I went into Pennsylvania. It was a small town called Welsh Run.
Uh-huh.
It was during Christmas. It was like the most beautiful fucking snowy environment I've ever been in. Was in a nice house with. Well, the day I was
Nice,
leaving,
with nice hardwood floors.
yeah, it was wooden floors for sure.
I'm
I bought a
saying,
book and I got it too. I still have it. I have to look it up or book it up, pull it out of my library. It was fantastic. It was like trying to remember the whole series. It was one of a series of. Anyway, it was like I spent. It was fucking great. The day I was leaving, though, they had a dog there. I used to take it out for the walk. You know,
you like eggs?
dog, a dog.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
I took the dog out for a walk
Mhm.
after I'd taken a shower. And I came back in and realized my hair was frozen.
Love that.
Yeah, yeah. Floridian, stupid mistake, right?
Nah, it's cool. I
Fucking
mean,
wet. You go outside and fuck, your hair freezes. It was fucking awesome, man.
it's fun. I always like
Anyway,
that
Hershey
idea.
Bar, it was pretty close where it was.
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
You were probably a little bit west of Hershey if you were north of Hagerstown.
I was. It was the village of Welsh Run.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Kilsey, I really just don't like Hershey's chocolate. It's too bitter.
I love bitter chocolate.
Well, Hershey's your man then.
Is it bitter milk? You don't like bitter? What am I saying? Hershey's milk?
Pretty sweet to me.
Oh, I don't eat their milk chocolate, but I've had, I remember before I was a vegan, I remember Hershey's, and I liked other brands.
You like some vegan chocolates?
Yeah, I do.
Any good ones?
Well, I like, Lindt, Lindt.
Yes.
They make some vegan chocolates that are I find quite good.
How do they make it without cocoa butter? Isn't cocoa butter part butter?
No,
There's no
Just-
butter in it.
there's no butter in cocoa butter.
So what's the fat that's generally added?
If they add fat, it's generally milk fat. So yeah,
Milk
that's.
fat.
But they make some chocolates without milk fat.
Certainly, I would think a nice rich coconut milk could make a fabulous chocolate.
Yeah, they use different things, including coconut milk in that.
I love coconut.
Mm.
In fact, I've had some coconut ice creams that are just through the roof.
Mm.
Completely vegan. I suppose if you threw some of that vegan chocolate in there and made coconut vegan chocolate chip, you'd probably have a hard time telling it was anything but ice cream and chocolate. You know what I mean? Which is very cool.
There's
Yeah,
been
I was good.
there's since this whole coup thing has popped up. There's been some renewed talk about how some conservatives are saying they like Putin. He's not woke. He doesn't he tries to keep families together and pro-family. And what they don't really know, because they just listen to what they're told, but what they don't realize is that not only does Russia have completely open abortion with no restrictions, but they have it for free. The state will pay for you. They have their own clinics, and you don't have to pay anything. You just walk in and they'll give you an abortion just like that. So they're pretty unique in that regard. You think conservatives would go apeshit over that?
Yeah.
I guess I see Russian conservative, though. There's a
you know
difference.
what the
As far as I know, there isn't a heavy religious aspect to conservative over there, as opposed to here.
We're
I
looking at
disagree.
the remnants of
Russian-
the Communist Party. Religion
Yeah,
has nothing to do
right.
with it.
That's
The
right.
reality is the realities, and in the Soviet system, abortion was a clear-cut mechanism that was
Yeah.
utilized.
You're
So
exactly right.
there is religion in the conservative Russian side. Is that what you were saying?
Definitely,
Yes.
the Russian Orthodox Church is
Yeah, of
basically
course. But they're under the control of the government. They're not
right.
free.
They're
They're not freestanding like Rome and the Catholic Church.
No, they're very much a
State.
Putinist
State-run.
organization.
Yeah.
In fact, the head of it, I forget what they call him, the patriarch,
Yeah,
was I
they
think
toe the line, buddy.
I think he was a former KGB agent, just like Putin. So it's very much
That's a little
churches.
difficult with all those vestments. How does he walk around with all that shit? And those icons. How do you walk around with all those icons?
Well, I think they only do that, when for show. I don't think they, wear that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise they'd be like Mr. T with fucking like all this fucking shit.
Yeah.
Flavor Flav with the clock. Yeah, I mean, I know nothing about that. It's definitely something I didn't. Okay, let me ask you this: what's their belief on abortion?
They in Russia or the church, the Russian
the
Orthodox
church. If
I don't know.
If
Good
that
question.
church is so intertwined with the conservative side of Russia, then one would think that they must be fairly liberal, or not, at least not concerned with
our
abortion.
mindset does not apply.
Yeah,
You follow me though? 'Cause
Our
here it's-
mindset
I see
does
what
not
you're saying.
apply. What is conservative in Russia and what is liberal in Russia does not apply what is conservative and liberal in America.
Right,
Yeah.
the words mean different things.
I mean, McGrand, I think, got it right, though. I think that the abortion policy is what was left over from the Soviet Union. The church didn't officially, exist for a long time in the Soviet Union for obvious reasons. And I think once the Soviet Union fell, the church was revived, but it was immediately sort of part of the state in some sense.
Exactly.
There's no church-state separation. There's
Yeah.
total church-state integration.
No, there is separation. It's domination.
Well,
The church
couldn't-
is.
you're right. If you
Are we talking a Christian base?
Yeah. Easter.
So they do
Yes.
believe in Christ, but they don't believe
Oh, yeah.
obviously
But-
in
Russian
Pope or
Orthodox
anything
Church.
They
like
do the sign of the cross the opposite way.
that. Upside down?
No. Oh, let me do that. Let me do
Shout
it right.
at the devil.
We do it this way. They do it.
Hey, what's up, Tex?
Hey, Aphid Lip.
What's happening, guys?
How
You guys
those
having a good
pigs-
time?
How those pigs out back, boy?
Right.
Man, that's Suey.
He's an urban cowboy. That-
How did your beets grill up?
Yeah, I saw that. They were juicy.
yeah, it was confusing because
Why you growing beets?
now brats.
I grilled brats, and I said that,
brats. Oh,
and I let them know, and I spelt it beets because I didn't have my glasses on.
How many
Is
brats?
our-
How many
is-
brats are you good for?
Dude, I just ate 2 fucking brats. To be
Two
honest,
in
with you.
each in their own separate bun.
Yeah.
All right. So
Well,
that's
I
a
ate
good
one full one, and then I ate a half of one, and I was like, I think I could go for another half. This
What-
half bullshit's for the birds.
did you have? Was there a skin on that brat?
Yeah, because it would be like a sloppy Joe if it was
All right.
no
all
skin,
That's
right?
a good answer. That's a good answer.
Brats are all right. Were they raw?
I love
when you
those
started, or were they like the kind that come like Johnsonville? That's almost like cooked, like a hot dog.
Well, it was
Go-
a Johnsonville, but it was not cooked. It was
Oh,
raw.
Okay, cool.
It was the
Okay,
bacon
yeah, I've seen
cheddar.
those.
It was the bacon cheddar variety, and it's so good.
I am
The
salivating
cheddar
as
starts
you speak.
oozing out of it.
Oh
You get
my
it how
Well,
hot.
what's your go-to topping? Let's go. I'm gonna guess you're a mustard guy.
god.
No, I can't stand mustard. It was just
ketchup?
barbecue sauce. Just
Oh,
barbecue
my
sauce.
God.
I basted
Good.
them after they got nice and
Uh,
cool.
Oh, full based, full
You
based.
basted a sausage with skin on it.
Yeah, with
Nothing-
Yeah,
sauce.
with
nothing's
barbecue
getting in,
sauce.
buddy. Nothing's getting in.
It doesn't matter. It's a glaze, bro.
Uh-uh.
Homeboy glaze.
That's
that
the
shit.
after. That's the after. Yeah, after effect. That you put it in your baked
That's what
beans.
I said. I waited till they were cooked. I had baked
know.
beans. I had them. I had baked beans too,
Oh,
But
but they
wow.
weren't
Forgive
the
me.
star of the show. Those
Oh
brats
man,
were the star.
gonna open a door there?
Actually, baked
guys just
beans
wait.
and bratwurst is what you should have for lunch before jury duty if you want
Oh
to get
my
out
god!
of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Throw a few hard-boiled eggs in there,
Yeah.
and you will
Oh,
not
yeah.
get selected.
Yeah.
Maybe some garlic too. That'll.
Oh hell yeah, garlic powder, everything.
I
you know?
tell them I don't trust cops. That gets me out of it every time.
It's probably true. I don't trust him either.
If you watch the scene from Curb Your Enthusiasm of how Larry David tries to get out of jury duty, I am not going to repeat those words. I mean, it is the funniest fucking thing, dude. He says the thing that everyone thinks. Well, I'll say this thing that's somewhat racist and it'll get me out of it. And then, but when he says it, the judge is like, what? Like, it's the most off-the-wall thing. Like, you just look it up sometime. Very, very funny.
I've seen them all, but I don't remember them all.
I'm on a sweet thing, man. I think I'd have to make some French toast.
Last week you had like 7 or 8 pancakes. You went pancake crazy. It was hilarious.
Flapjacks.
Scrapping them, not scrapping them down. What am I trying to say?
Scarfing them.
Scarfing them down. Duh.
Yeah. That was probably me.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, who hasn't had a late night bowl of cereal or 9 pancakes? It's just normal.
But it was all inspired by you and your Discord pancake recipe. But I hate to steal your thunder, but I've been
steal it away.
All right, I found it at Publix. It was like I bought the Publix brand. It was so much cheaper. You know, you just add water, and I've been using bacon grease because I bought some bacon and cheated. So I saved the bacon grease, and I used that to fucking fry them. Man, you have no fucking idea. Yeah. You have no, and I add sugar to my mix. Your batter and all that, I add sugar to it because I'm a sugar freak. You know.
You're a fit, trim guy. Just keep the blood flowing through those veins, and you'll be fine. Yeah, keep riding that bike, and you know, no worries. Yeah, it's a southern thing. I've seen they save. I don't know, Aphid, do you save jars of bacon grease? Or maybe Last Dance saves jars of avocado grease.
I do have in my fridge some bacon grease saved. Yes.
What are you going to use it for? Green beans?
Man, you can use it for
anything.
That.
Huh. Yeah. I can't bring myself to it. I feel like that's another level of unhealthiness. It's sort of like Everest. I'm midway. Like that's like getting up near the peak of Everest for unhealthy. Using bacon grease instead of olive oil. I mean, avocado oil.
Here's the problem with olive oil.
I would think a deep fried battered Twinkie is the Everest of unhealthy.
You fry that shit in bacon grease.
Yeah, there you go.
Then you're taking a rocket ship off the top of Everest.
Yeah. It's not a. Olive oil is like something you should eat fresh, you know, salads.
I've heard that before,
and stuff like that. And if you want to use olive oil to cook, you should do a low temperature, like fried eggs, things like that.
I combine mine with safflower oil if I'm going to cook. Raises the burning temperature by a good 75 degrees.
I gotta tell you guys, I watched all these shows about the black cooks. You saw that one? What was the one about? It's a great novel about the maids in Louisiana. She wrote a book about it. She worked for the white people down in the 60s, and maybe it was the 60s. Anyway, it was interesting because the movie was not only culturally interesting about the bias against black people, but we also got some insight into their cooking, and they all bought Crisco. And I have been buying Crisco. And,
I thought you were going to say something bad about it, but you're
Crisco is now soy. It's not like any.
Oh, it's not lard anymore.
No, not any lard. But it still rocks because you talk about high temperature. You can fry shit. I can make beautiful hamburgers, and
oh
I
my
can
God,
cook
you fry them in Crisco?
Hell yeah, I can cook them at a higher temperature, and they fucking sear right away. So they're instantly seared, and I in my hamburgers I put onions and cilantro and all kinds of whatever vegetables I have. I know it's
down with cilantro.
You don't like cilantro?
I do. I'll eat it, but not in a hamburger, homeboy.
Oh my god, you have no idea. With
I
the
like
garlic,
cilantro and everything.
chopped
We got
garlic.
a cilantro bush out here that's fucking 2 feet tall. It's
Oh
huge.
my
No
god,
shit.
you're
I think the
killing
bear was going for it.
me. I believe it.
The bear was going.
He's got taste, man.
Yeah.
Some people, cilantro tastes like soap.
My sister.
I'm halfway between that and eating it.
I'm down here, so it's a Latino thing, you know.
Supposedly,
I like
it's
cilantro.
genetic.
When you throw it in the green salsa and like it's with jalapenos and some good sea salt and tomatillos and make that green shit,
Oh, I just
that
made
is
that.
that
a couple
is
weeks ago.
dank, dude.
Dude,
And I can eat
yeah.
cilantro like that and lime juice in
Dude,
that bad boy.
I'm like a salad guy. I make it. I take care. I'm like one of the rare last people that eat carrots. I strip
Yeah,
them
I
out
like
with
'em.
my knife, fucking chop them down, fucking have them with that. And you know what else? Spinach. Fucking spinach leaves and fucking mix that shit in with the salad. You have that with your fried hamburger out at Crisco. It equalizes everything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Especially your French fries. That Crisco can go hot, man. You can fucking chop up some potatoes, fucking cook them in there.
Carrots and like cut up peppers are like if you're really feeling lazy and you gotta give your kids some vegetables like raw carrots and whatever. Like it's kind of a fallback. I think that's a good thing to give to people.
Carrots. You should
With
introduce
dinner,
your children to
you know?
carrots.
Oh hell yeah!
That it's like one of the best vegetables out there, man. You can eat those fuckers just like you can throw garlic pepper on them with a little olive oil or nothing, even wet.
All
garlic.
that shit. Like when you get them eating it when they're little and they're eating it through their whole life. Like
Yeah.
I remember being like in the city like when I was growing up, and some of the kids like would be like grossed out by vegetables. I was like, what the hell's wrong with that person?
Yeah.
You know, like. First of all, this is all you're getting, is the way they said it in my family. Like, that's the food. Eat that shit, or you can have nothing. And I was
You're
like,
lucky.
yeah, well, sounds good. Eat it.
Because-
you know?
Because in my day, it was a fucking slice of bologna, a piece of bread, and maybe some mayonnaise.
Right? You cranking up
You're-
the cars
you're
with
lucky,
the front
buddy.
thing. Old days.
Wow.
Good times.
It was almost like there was a glitch in the Matrix there when I said that. Was that insulting?
No,
No.
it's perfect.
All right, good. All
It
right,
was a
good.
major fucking segue into what we're talking about next.
The
What the
next
fuck
subject?
happened? That fucking Wagner guy turned around and said, I'm gonna go back.
Oh, there's my pen. I found it. I don't have
There
to
it
use
is.
my ridiculous carpenter's pencil anymore. Gotta take notes.
I think it's pronounced Wagner.
No,
It's not.
it's not. It's Wagner. It's the Wagner is from the fucking German pronunciation because they turn their W's into V's. For example, Wasser or Wasser. In German, they turn their pronunciation into a V for a W.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
was Wagner.
He
But,
is
right.
Wagner, but they say Wagner because, and actually Wagner is the guy from Apocalypse Now. You know,
Was which character? Dustin Hoffman or
No. no,
Don
Wagner.
Corleone?
Oh.
Don
Wagner
Corleone?
was the music that they played when they attacked
Oh,
the
You're
village.
mixing like 4 different movies into one.
no, Don Corleone was the same actor. It's a stretch. I know you
No, it was,
gotta
uh,
keep up.
Robert Duvall? Is that who?
It was Robert
No,
Duvall.
no.
Was the
In Apocalypse
was
Now,
the 7th
Oh, yeah.
Cavalry officer wearing that stupid hat.
Yeah.
Say you're gonna surf. You're gonna surf.
Charlie
was,
likes to surf.
that was Bobby Duvall. Yeah, totally. Loves the smell of napalm in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
I
You're gonna get out there and surf.
That's a great scene.
I love that guy. Robert
man.
Duvall is one of my best. I
I think
like
he's still,
him. And
he's still going, isn't he? He's still with
Dude,
us, right?
Yeah, think about
He-
it. So Marlon Brando, who I was talking about as Don Corleone, played the bad psychotic general who went and flipped in Apocalypse Now.
Colonel
Kurtz.
Kurtz.
Colonel
Marlon
Kurtz.
Brando also was Don Corleone, and then obviously Duvall was his lawyer in The Godfather. He wasn't a
yeah,
made man.
Good
But
city they
obviously,
are.
those two guys had to be buddies. They worked on two of the fucking greatest movies of all time. Literally.
I don't think they talked to each other during
Yeah,
Apocalypse
I
Now, 'cause
think,
it was two different scenes.
What's his name?
Man, you know who
Star.
should be here for this? Duke. Duke is such a movie guy.
The star
He's-
of Apocalypse Now was
Dustin
his name?
Hoffman.
No, not Dustin Hoffman.
There were a bunch of stars.
It wasn't Tootsie, dude.
Dustin Rain Man.
no.
It wasn't.
Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen.
Martin
No,
Sheen.
the other guy.
It was Martin Short.
Marlon
Gumby.
Marlon
was
Brando
it?
played the part of
Marlon
Colonel
Brando.
Kurtz.
Marlon
Marlon
Brando.
Brando.
Yeah, I just
He
said
played
that.
the part of Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, he was
So
awesome.
he,
But it was Martin Sheen that was the.
Martin
Yeah,
Sheen
Martin
was
Sheen.
the assassin. He'd sent up the river to take him out.
Emilio
Yeah.
Estevez was the guy with the grenade launcher.
No,
No, Emilio wasn't in that movie.
That's his
Martin
son,
Sheen.
No,
I
who-
think he had a
who was
heart
the
attack
great
during
guy?
that movie.
Who was the great
He
guy? in
did.
that
He
movie?
did have a heart
The
attack.
great guy was the guy with the photographer when they hit the docks for Colonel Kurtz. Fucking
Yeah, the real
headquarters.
weird, like hippie.
Yeah, yeah. Who
Yeah.
was it? Come on,
It
last
was
name,
Dennis
you gotta tell me.
Hopper.
Dennis
Dennis
Hopper.
Dennis Hopper. Fucking
He
great.
was like,
That
yeah, man, he's
Yeah,
a god,
He's,
he's
man,
a poet,
he's a
he's
god.
nothing,
He's a
he's
god.
trash.
Yeah, that was like the greatest fucking scene for Dennis Hopper. It was like, yeah, man, don't get him pissed off. Like last week, he wanted to shoot me, but he didn't shoot me because, hey, can I get a shot here? He was
Yeah,
fucking great in that movie, man. That was
He was
beautiful.
brilliant. Brilliant actor. He was fabulous in Hoosiers as well. As well as
There was the one where he got
Man,
with
he's been so good in so many movies.
Easy
Yeah.
Rider. He was incredible.
Easy
in
Rider.
how about when he insulted the Sicilians?
Yeah,
Remember
that
that
was. I say that. Yeah,
That was the
that's,
greatest fucking scene ever.
Oh, I
That's
can't
with,
think of the name of that.
Yeah, with the weird
Patricia-
guy. that
Patricia
everyone
Arquette.
makes fun of the way he talks.
Christian Slater.
No, the
No, it
older
wasn't
guy.
Christian Slater. It was
Oh, Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Christopher
Of
Walken.
course.
Exactly. Yeah. You guys are
True
all.
Romance. True Romance.
You know
There you
about
go.
the Sicilians. You're all a bunch of. And it's okay. It was so fucking good in that movie.
And he
You
also
should
says
recite-
something about the lion too. That's like I think right before it.
Pantomimes.
Yeah. Good shit, man. Good. I almost remember like some specific things from that movie because they're so legendary. The whole movie, I almost somewhat forget it somewhat, but the famous
That's good.
shit I remember.
That's good because in 2 years you can watch it again and be refreshed.
But Apocalypse Now, I remember every scene. I guess it's just a frequency of seeing the movie enough times. that you-
Right.
You-
I've seen both those movies probably 50 times.
Yeah,
True
the
Romance, I'm
the
like
worst
twice drunk
The worst
both
part was
times.
killing the ox, and that really
Yeah.
happened. And
The
that
machete.
really happened with the machete.
Across
That
the
really
head.
happened in that movie, which is sort of obscene.
Is it an
Do you
ox or a
remember
water
the song?
It was
band?
a water buffalo.
buffalo? Water buffalo.
The band and the song that play at the end of that movie. If anyone could get either of them.
It was the
Come on.
Doors, man.
Doors.
You got that?
This
Now
is
song.
the end.
The end. You got
This
it.
is the
All right.
end. The
I told you I've
Doors-
seen that movie like
that was throughout the whole
50
movie.
times probably.
I know.
Yeah,
That and True Romance are in my top 10 actually. Oddly enough.
I agree with
Yeah.
Apocalypse Now. That's top 5. True Romance is like top 50 for me.
I see where you're coming from. I could see.
I mean, like, I think Jaws is a top fiver for classic, wonderfully made movies.
Jaws, Close Encounters too. I might put Close Encounters up a little higher than Jaws actually.
I prefer sharks to aliens, but they're both great. And Close Encounters did have that whole weird thing when they were making they were like, everyone who was unconnected to each other was shaping the same geological
Right, yeah.
formation and wherever it was. Utah.
It's coordinates.
Oh,
It was. They're
Devil's
basically
Tower.
giving coordinates.
Devil's
Yeah,
Tower.
I've been there. It's a really neat place. Actually, when we came up on it. I was a kid. I was probably 12, 13, and we were driving up to it, and it was a lightning storm. So it was pitch black, and every once in a while, it would lightning behind it, and it would lighten. It would be in the foreground, and the lightning would be behind it. It was just I vividly remember that. That was so cool. Because I was a kid and I'd seen that movie tons of times. Because when we got a VCR, it was one of the first tapes that my dad rented, and then he hung out at this hobby shop, and he had a VCR too. So they would dub videos, and it was one of the first ones. That and American Werewolf in London were two of the first ones that we would just watch them over and over and over.
What was the first one?
American Werewolf in London.
American Werewolf in London. So that thing has lines coming down it, right? Like top to bottom.
Yeah, it does. It does.
So I remember seeing a rock climbing video that there's a rock climbing move. It's called a layback, where you press your back against something, you lay your back and like press your feet against something and sort of arch your way up to get through like a back-to-back sort of thing without any handholds.
A column.
Yeah, supposedly some guy did like the whole way like that, nudging his way up under pressure
Really?
with his feet against a rock climber, a pro.
Right.
Like a Alex Harnell, I think that was the guy's name who just did El Cap free solo. But yeah, that's a famous climb, and that whole aspect of that movie of being like if you guys can remember it, it's probably been a long time, but when you first saw it and they're shaping this thing, you don't really expect it to all culminate in a fucking UFO landing on it or whatever beside it. I think it was on it, right?
Somehow it was in it.
It was on the. Well, I think it was on the other side of it.
It was right there.
That's the way I gathered it.
And it was
I don't know the
so
movie.
cool. Like, there was the time, like with Jaws, they don't show it. They don't. That was the thing with a lot of those 70s blockbusters. The suspense of not knowing what the unseen would be until you finally see the Jaws at the end, or you finally see the alien. And they put the cool audio aspect to it with the 5 notes. Dun, 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 dun. Just a brilliantly made movie. Him going crazy with, and then he's married, right, with kids, but he like gets connected to this other woman who's. Then they have like almost like a relationship, right?
It does seem like there's some kind of connection between the two of them romantically, even though it's unspoken and they don't act on it.
And then she goes to space, I think.
No, he does.
He does.
Because her kid comes back out of the spaceship when all the people get released. The guys from World War II, from the planes that they found out in the desert. And
oh, right.
They're reading the names off, and the little kid comes walking out. Actually, the little kid, I think, was one of the first ones that came out.
He almost.
And then she gets
was he wearing like 40 pajamas, maybe, or something like that?
Well, it was in Muncie, Indiana.
Oh, interesting.
And that's where they were from.
Cool. Yeah, good scene. Good movie. Very good.
Right. Yeah, good movie.
What else do we have for top 5? Godfather, no question.
Yeah, a lot of mine are weird.
So strange. Are you in with definitely Jaws, definitely Close Encounters, no or yes for Godfather?
Godfather, yes. Jaws, I don't know.
Jaws, maybe top 20, top 30, something like that?
Yeah, top 20, yeah.
Okay.
I might put Close Encounters in, but not Jaws.
Okay. Last Dance, any opinion?
Those are all great movies. I think if you actually counted all the great movies, you would find that there's too many. 5 is not a top 5 is not enough. You might have 20 tied for 5.
Well, I'm just saying, throw out some you think should be in the high end of the list.
I can't think, but I mean,
Platoon.
Platoon was very intense, absolutely. Extremely
I wouldn't even
violent.
put it in my top 30 or top 40.
It did have some of the most iconic scenes when they're smoking weed through the rifle and they're playing life. What was it? People say I'm the life of the party, and they're getting high and shit, and like all being like bros. Like I connected to that. That's a famous scene. It's a great scene, and it shows
I
the
know that
other
scene.
guys like in their thing drinking buds, and they're all angry and shit, and like Tom Berenger and his buddies.
Well, you're not allowing old movies like Goldfinger. I thought was just an awesome Bond. movie.
Goldfinger was great. Green Berets with John Wayne was a great movie.
Not old movies. Yeah, Jaws is only 50 years old last year. Give us a break. All
Sorry.
those, actually.
Sorry, those are actually
They're all
were
50
me.
years old.
Bridge Over the River Kauai, fabulous movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Casablanca was overrated myself.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I thought it was a good movie, but kind of what I would call schmaltzy.
Yeah, if all I had ever
Citizen
seen in my life, maybe up to that point, was like Steamboat Willie and like a few Three Stooges episodes,
Yeah.
I'd be like, holy shit, this is the greatest thing ever. But since what we've all seen and been exposed to, it's a little bit dated, It doesn't really carry, but
Yeah, I know.
it's hard to... some of them do. Just some of them, you get past that certain age, and it just doesn't work for me. I don't know. What's going on?
My dad always
man?
thought that the Searchers was the best movie ever made.
The Searchers.
That was a
That's
great
right.
movie.
John
Never
Wayne,
heard
that
of
was
it.
his favorite movie.
What
Very,
was
Very
it?
good movie.
The Searchers.
It's a western
It's a Western.
with John Wayne as a angry, scarred. I think his family was killed or something by Indians, and I just remember the scene where he comes across a dead Indian and he shoots their eyes out because apparently
Jesus.
there's some.
The hell are you guys
Then they
talking about?
then they can't see in their afterlife. They're blind in the
God
afterlife.
almighty.
Get
The
the
worst thing
hen,
ever.
get the hen.
I mean, ixnay on the shooting the eyes out, eh? Okay. I'm kidding.
Well, this is a classic movie, The Searchers.
It's
I mean-
dude. It's like the 1960s were the best filmmaking westerns.
Kind of sounds like a
That's where-
Josie Wales sort of.
Yeah,
rebel.
it does sort of sound like Josie, doesn't it?
A little bit, but different. But cool. I mean, John Wayne, not great. He didn't, to me, inspire anything really. When I watch his movies, I didn't look at him in Green Berets and be like, "Wow, he's a Green Beret." He's like just standing there with his fucking grenades and bombs going off, and he's like, "Oh, we gotta get over the mountain or whatever," like fucking.
You know what the best Vietnam movie was?
Just stands there. That's his move.
How about the guy from Full Metal Jacket?
Lee Ermey.
Yeah, Firebase Gloria.
He's good.
That might
Firebase
be in my-
Gloria.
That movie
is a
might be
good-
in my top 10.
Dances with Wolves.
Firebase,
Oh,
Firebase Gloria.
I was not that big of a fan of Dances with Wolves. So I would
Dances
not-
with
No,
Donkeys?
Dances
the
with
one that-
Wolves was great. The fucking opening scene killed the whole movie, man.
Full Metal
I liked-
Jacket's one of my favorites.
Full Metal Jacket
Yeah.
was great. So disturbing with so many
Shining.
good parts.
Shining was outstanding.
Yeah.
Shining was outstanding.
Firebase
Cool.
Gloria.
I'd put The Shining above Full Metal Jacket.
Firebase
Shining
Gloria,
was-
guys. You gotta dig it. You gotta
Hold
look
on,
it up.
let's dwell on The Shining, and we won't forget Dances with Wolves and Firebase, whatever.
Gloria.
So The Shining, The Shining is one of those that I'll put into a category of its on its own. It's so disturbing. It's literally a murder, a car crash. You can't take your eyes off it, especially the first few times I
It's-
watched it. I
it's
was like,
Stephen
Jesus,
King.
this is so disturbing. And
That's not
amazing.
why it's great, though. It's
Yeah.
great because of Jack Nicholson. That's why it's great.
Right.
Yeah.
His character and the
Yeah.
way he portrays and
It's
instills
the way he
that.
acted it.
And
But
then now, after the fact,
The director is brilliant too, though.
Yes.
when you watch it now, does it make you think about, like, he sees himself and he looks in a picture from the 1930s and he's in the picture? Is what's going on with that? Have you ever thought about that? Is he a ghost? Is he a reoccurring character that keeps showing up there? And
I don't know. I only saw it once, and it was so long ago. I'd love to see it again.
all right, Stephen.
In my
King.
opinion, it's one of those things like what the gold in the box in Pulp Fiction.
I got to give you guys
whatever you need
a
to
gem.
make of it.
I got to give you guys a gem. Stephen King. That was The Shining with Stephen King, right? So we know he's a great author. But he did an HBO series, a mini series. It was about the end of the world. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it.
Yeah.
It's Stephen King, End of the World. You could probably Google it. It's a fucking mini series. It's like 5 hours long. And Stephen King does cameo. Anyway, the end of the world, there's a disease that destroys everybody.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
with
read
the
that
devil.
book.
You
I
got the
read
devil.
The Stand. The Stand.
Yeah, The Stand. It's The Stand.
It's a great book. The book is fabulous.
Dude, that is like one of the greatest fucking stories ever told. Because it's
awesome.
good against evil. Good against evil.
I read it, and then I went to watch a movie and was like, meh, fuck that shit. Because once...
I bet the book was much better.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah. I mean,
The
you
Stand.
get into
Thanks,
it.
Steve,
The book takes...
you saved me because I was lost with that. I couldn't remember the name of it.
It's a good one. He's got a lot of cool shit that you don't remember he wrote.
And it's funny. It was an HBO special. It was a miniseries, so it's like quirky, But in the end, he does a cameo appearance at. It was so many great characters in that movie. I can't remember the guy in the jail. Remember all that shit. It's fucking great.
All right, so back to Dances with Wolves. Reasons I did like that movie. The historical aspect, kind of cool. It was stuff between the French Canadians that I didn't know a lot about. I absolutely loved the footage. A lot of it was filmed in a northern, like, New York state.
No kidding.
Huh?
No kidding.
Yeah. There's some amazing areas out there. Great rock climbing in that area. And
upstate New York rocks, man. I've been up there.
It's huge. It's the length of all of New England almost, from below all the way up, like to Canada, right? I mean, I think we're close. Anyways.
Yeah, it does. Buffalo.
Yeah.
Well, but where Niagara Falls is, I crossed over into Canada up there.
I like that part
That's the
of it.
western side, but it goes way far north, too. Way north of Albany. Lake Champlain is right up the Canadian border.
They filmed that up there? Can't believe that.
Oh, maybe I'm bullshitting. That's where it's based on. It could have been filmed in East Bumfuck for all I know. Anyways, back to the movie. I did like some aspects of it. I did like the ending, how the bad Indians got the fucking chicks and were taking them up across those crazy cliffs and shit. And then, like, the young Indian went after the fucking bad chief, and they had that fight on the rocks, which was cool, and the young Indian got killed. And then the father went up and pulled that bombastic front flip roll and fucking wasted the dude. You remember
Holy
that
shit,
scene?
I don't remember that at all.
Oh, it was
Holy
so
shit.
cool.
Now I have to watch the movie again.
I can post it on the Discord.
Now, you know what you reminded me of?
It's so cool, man.
You know what? How about Last of the Mohicans?
Wait, that's what we're talking about. That's what I am talking about.
Last of the Mohicans.
Okay, yeah, I'm not talking
right,
about
so you're
Dances
mixing
with
your movies
Wolves.
there.
Yeah.
All right, Last of the Mohicans, the old man with his fucking, like, he's got, you know why you like it? Because it looks like a guitar.
No, it's a rifle.
It's
a rifle weapon. The Indians created this.
It's a fucking slanted thing that he whacks the shit out of that fucker with.
They called it a rifle axe. It's like a rifle-shaped club with a fucking blade sticking out of it.
All right,
it's cool.
Last of the Mohicans. So we're back on the original movie.
That would have been set around Cooperstown, New York.
That would have been all right. So now I understand.
No, I was
All right,
completely
so
wrong.
yeah. Last of
thing
the
is
Mohicans
packing
was
a
definitely
punch.
the Mohawks, man. That was like
awesome.
upstate New York for sure.
Holy fuck! Look who showed up. Let's get him on here. Come on, Last Dance. Turn on your charm.
Come on, random goon.
That's all you got.
That's it. That's my charm.
Wow.
It was
Bring
a
'em on.
vibrato to your voice, which was a little kinky.
Jeez.
Come on.
I want him to
old
bring his
goat.
dogs. He has to bring his dogs too.
Speaking of Daniel Day-Lewis, There Will Be
Yeah.
Blood. That's one of my favorite movies.
Very good
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah,
But what? Gangs of New York, right?
yeah, dude. Let me tell you
Oh,
something.
he's a
you
fabulous
know what?
actor.
Prince of Monte Carlo. That guy is one of the greatest fucking actors out there. It's like nobody knows who he is.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah, unbelievable. He's a fantastic actor. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
Dances with Wolves is the one with Kevin Costner, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Costner.
I didn't like it that much.
Ah, come on.
I'm sorry.
When he was riding his
You-
horse,
you know-
like after to get shot, and he was like,
Yeah.
in front of the fucking
Exactly.
line of riflemen, and they keep missing him, and they're all like, bang, 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 like it was a suicide run, right?
Yeah.
And then he lived, and then
The
all of a
general
sudden
saved
he's out
his
on the
leg
prairie.
and gave him his horse. And gave him his
Remember?
own posting.
oh yeah, now I'm remembering Tatanka, Buffalo,
Tatanka.
right?
Tatanka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He meets that white chick, and then like he's like, oh wow, they have a white chick. I'll hook up with her. And then they're talking about Tatanka. And
Tatanka.
oh,
That was
Speaking
good.
of Kevin Costner, what was that movie where it was a weird movie, but it had Tom Petty as one of the actors.
Oh, yeah. The Mailman.
The Postman
The
always
Postman.
rings twice.
The Postman.
Oh, the Postman.
That
yeah.
was a great movie. I know you, man. You're famous.
That was fun. I don't know if
Yeah.
it was great, but it
You're
was fun.
famous too, man. Yeah, he was great in that movie. That was great. Don't worry, man. It's a great trip. Hang on. When he went on the slide that sent him down to get away from the militia.
Yep.
That was a great fucking movie. I was gonna say that's like a lot of people don't like that movie, but that's a great one. The Postman is a great fucking Ken Costner movie.
yeah, I don't know. Never heard of it.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch it because when
I
you're
won't say
depressed,
great, but it was fun.
oh, it was fun. It's like the one on the sailboat. What's that one? Wonder Woman.
Peter Pan.
No,
Waterworld?
Kevin Costner on the sailboat.
Yeah,
Waterworld.
Waterworld. That's it.
Waterworld. That's it.
That one costs like $180
Yeah, it's like the biggest
million.
flop in Hollywood history.
Yeah, but you know what? That is the most awesome sailboat you've ever seen. That fucker rocked, man.
Well, at least they got the sailboat for $180 million. Well, that was
Doesn't
a
matter.
huge flop.
It was a good movie.
Now, I'll tell you what I also like are the Coen Brothers movies. Almost any of them.
They're yeah.
Coen Brothers?
No Country for Old Men is probably number 2 for me.
No Country for Old Men was
That's a fucking That's a tough movie to
Raising
watch.
Arizona was just amazing.
Raising Arizona.
I'd say No Country is top 20 for me.
No way, man.
It's a great movie.
lame.
No, it's a great movie. Hey, Last Dance's vibrato
Random
tune.
Goon.
That ding, 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 ding.
How's it
What's
going,
up, buddy?
Gooner?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
I'm good.
We have the world's largest headphones.
I am.
Those things look massive. Are they awesome?
Mine.
Yeah.
Not that big. Really?
Check one, check one.
No, I mean they're probably money, like all your beautiful guitars.
Oh yeah, no, these are studio headphones.
Yeah, they're kick-ass. That's cool.
Yeah.
Buy them
So-
once, right, Goon? So you don't have to get them again. Get
Right?
good-
Yeah. These are last years now. Hopefully.
There you
Well,
go.
fingers crossed.
Smart
So-
person.
So Goon, what do you think? What's better, Jaws or No Country for Old Men?
I'm more of a No Country for Old Men fan.
Ah, I told you, Smokesteve. You're outnumbered here,
That
bro.
settles it.
Yeah. I mean, I love Jaws. I love the nostalgia, but yeah, that movie is way better.
No, I mean, I'm not saying you guys Yeah, it's the nostalgia for me that I'll give it. I'll give it the win all the time, regardless of how great No Country
Well,
is.
because where you
love
grew up
Jaws.
and where you live,
Yeah,
it's
I
kind of your
vacationed
kind
there,
of
buddy.
right.
I was-
It's kind of your
those were
kind
my
of thing. I get it.
my stomping grounds, man. So yeah, and No Country. Fuck, man. That was a
Fargo. I mean,
that
there's
was
so
a
Coen
see,
Brothers.
Didn't
Well,
like
my
it.
number. Really? You didn't
Fargo.
like
Fargo was
Wow.
excellent. I
Oh,
love
My
the
number.
chipper. I love the
Not-
My
chipper.
number one movie is a Coen Brothers movie, and it's Miller's Crossing. And I know a lot of people probably haven't even seen it.
I haven't even seen it.
It's my
neither.
favorite movie ever.
Miller's Crossing. Huh?
Miller's
That
Crossing.
movie sucks testicles. No, I'm kidding.
I know. I think we had.
I don't.
Some people don't like it.
I know the title. It's in my brain. Was it a Southerner 70s racism movie? South?
No. It's a full on like prohibition gangster in a
Okay.
fictional town.
It sounds all right. I mean, I don't know it, so it's impossible for me to say. Oh, brother, we're out there. No, I don't see.
Oh,
it.
that's a. Oh, brother,
I
we're
love
out
that
there.
movie.
Good movie.
I
It's
love
okay.
that one.
Top 50.
It's
Mhm.
good.
All right, now.
The music is excellent in that movie.
The Big
So is
Lebowski, another great. Brilliant.
Top 55 maybe
Big
for me.
Lebowski
Definitely.
was
The
awesome.
Big Lebowski it might be closer to like 25 for me.
We're Out though is definitely up there. But so is
what am I saying?
so is Patton, you know.
How about Star
You're-
Wars or any of them from any of
Yeah.
them?
Oh yeah, the first one. The
Top
first one. for
top
sure.
100.
The second one, Empire.
I mean, it
Strikes
was-
Back, one
Empire?
of my favorites.
But the
So
first
top
one
5,
was
top
such-
10.
The first one was really
Top
such an
20
event.
maybe?
It was.
Yeah, I agree with you, Last Dance. The
Oh, yeah.
first one's my favorite.
Okay.
What in Star Wars?
No, that was me.
hmm
No, yeah. Aphid said first one, and then Last Dance said the pomps and circumstance. Not those words, but that from the release of the first one, which he was alive and cognizant for.
Thank you for
Yes.
that translation. I appreciate it.
You remember it too. You must, McGrand. I think you're older than him. So you
Yes.
remember when Star Wars busted onto the scene?
Yep.
It
How
was.
many times did you see it?
I've probably seen it many times. I actually have the
Did
I
you
have
see
the-
it in the theaters on the initial?
not
release?
only that, but I have the
I
whole.
saw it opening night.
I
in
had the-
theaters.
I probably
What?
have the VCH
Mhm.
tapes, like the first fucking season. You know what I
Dude,
mean? Like
what
3.
Aphid, what were you, like 4 years old?
Yeah. My dad was like.
Damn.
My dad was always a big like Isaac Asimov like science fiction type
Let me tell you,
guy.
anybody who
Cool.
gets
Yeah,
into
it was
science
like a
fiction,
must.
science fiction
That's awesome, dude.
is science fiction is probably one of the not today because of what's happened with Marvel and everything being taken over by Disney. And I don't have anything against Disney, but when they're independent, it's a big difference, you know. It's like Disney has taken Star Wars and they bought the franchise. He sold it to them, you know.
Isn't
So
isn't
they're creating their offshoots.
Isn't
you know.
Lucas trying to buy back Star Wars though? Right now.
Maybe. I
Is
have
he?
no idea.
I'm pretty sure George Lucas is trying to buy it
He-
back. Oh, that's what I've seen anyway.
He's got to be close to his deathbed by now.
Right, he's really old.
No, he's what? Well, he's pretty old, but he's the same age as Spielberg, isn't he?
But- Well,
I think
let's-
he's real
let-
old now.
well,
now
yeah,
that you-
but they're still making movies.
I got to mention this one. What about Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
We already
Probably
talked about
one of
it.
the
We already
greatest.
talked about it.
Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, we talked about it already.
Man,
That was
what-
the first one we talked about.
Yeah,
Oh,
where
you
were
did?
you?
I must have walked away.
No, you were
Oh.
here.
We're talking
I was
about-
I was asking you guys about what it's called. You said what's it called again? Last Dance, the fucking geological formation,
Devil's Tower.
Devil's
yeah.
Tower.
I
Now
saw
you
that.
remember. Light dawns on Marblehead.
No, Last Dance. You watch Sunday morning news
Why do you say that?
because it was on there. They talked about it. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. There's a mountain, and I don't know where the hell it is, Utah or
Wow, this
No.
is strange. We're like redoing the whole conversation.
Wow.
I believe it's North Dakota.
South Dakota. Could it be called
South
Devil's Tower?
Well, thank you. Wow, this is
Holy
beautiful. This is
shit.
what happens when I walk away and get a beer and maybe have some chocolate bars.
I think you got in close
But we're
encounter
on
of
the
the
same
third
wavelength.
kind when you were out there. You actually
We're on
got
the same
abducted and
wavelength.
came back. You
Close.
lost a period of time.
Either that or a close encounter of the
Well,
stroke
that's right.
kind.
Maybe it was a alien abduction that I had that time lost. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That is too funny.
Started
Yeah, I
talking
had all
to-
this gin, and then I think I got abducted by aliens, and then all of a sudden I was back, and they're like, "Were you hammered? Maybe."
I was gassed.
I know.
Gassed with gin and
I mean, the fire in
Speaking
the
of
sky
gas,
thing-
I haven't seen Anna in a while.
Yeah, you know.
She's always good. Enjoyable to have her take on things.
Nick Sheeson.
Yeah, it's a struggle bus to try to. We're all like, what did she say? No, here, like I can't understand. Everybody's.
I think
can
her
see everyone
English is pretty
turning their
damn good,
volume up?
actually.
She is
Her
good. It's
English
just
is decent, but her microphones always are horrible.
Yeah.
it's a combination of
That and the
her
connection.
thick German
Connection.
accent and
The German
her
accent.
her
Well-
English is flawless. It's
Right.
not that. It's an accent combined with
Low quality mic.
mediocre at best.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a crisp audio for that kind of an accent, you're struggling. And we're all
Nick
having
Sheeson.
a drink.
On the whole.
Imagine
What's
if
up?
we were in a bar with some band playing and like trying to hear her. We'd all be like, "What the fuck? We can't talk." You know, it's impossible because the background sound. It's not.
You know what's amazing? She's actually from Bulgaria, and she's playing this German card. So I'm going to say that clearly now because I want to call her out and make her come on now because she's like so pro Russia. It's like scary. Her dad was a apparatchik. That's the term they use, apparatchik, which is an enabler. The Russians, like many other people, would utilize local population and incorporate them into their governmental structure. And they became known as apparatchiks, which are enablers or appropriators for like an English translation. Apparatchik, enablers.
Goon, what was your whole take on the thing that went down yesterday and then it seemed to seemingly come to an incredibly abrupt end today regarding Russia and the
I haven't
Wagner
actually
group?
seen anything about it. I sort of diverted my attention because
Good for you, man. It was a
I
total
just-
bunch
I
of
just-
horse shit. You didn't miss anything.
Right.
Oh my God!
like who was happening, then it didn't. Is that right?
Oh yeah, it's exactly
And I
right.
pretty
heard
much.
the argument on both
I-
sides of
I was
Q
pro-
is happening, and
I-
everyone's thinking this is going to be the end of it, and then there was a bunch of like, I guess people would say right wingers, but they're not. I don't know. But anyway, some of them were, but they were saying like, oh, this coup is formed with Nazi people or something. They were saying, like the guy who headed the whole thing had like
Prigozhin.
Nazi no, but he had
Prigozhin.
Nazi tattoos or something, and things like that. And they were like the lowest thing that made me laugh was they were saying that they're called the Wagner. Is that right?
I call
Yes.
him Wagner.
Which is
Wagner.
Hitler's favorite composer, Wagner.
Yes, Adolf Hitler's
And it's
favorite
like, and they're
composer.
like, well, it's obviously a Nazi coup. It's like,
Nah.
why? Because they named him themselves for a composer? Fuck me, I think Charlie Chaplin's funny, but he's got the same fucking mustache as Hitler.
Mm,
People call me racist for that for some reason.
they do?
No, that was
Well, they could, is what I'm saying.
that was
It's-
actually Charlie Chaplin being like pro-British during the time of the
That was
before
him.
World War
No,
II, making fun of Adolf.
I think
so.
Hitler actually. No, I thought Hitler actually adopted the mustache because he liked Charlie Chaplin, or is that
No,
bollocks?
No,
Is that
no.
not-
Charlie
I've
was
seen that somewhere,
Charlie
I thought.
Chaplin was making fun of him.
it
Ah,
was
right.
the movie
Yeah,
or the
before
short
the
was
war,
called
actually.
the Dictator was the name of Charlie.
Yeah, yeah.
The movie that Charlie Chaplin
Okay.
made fun
Yeah.
of Hitler in.
It was a thing that was allowed back in the day when comedians could be actually fucking funny. Remember? Mel Brooks would do the whole thing and like just bust those Nazis' chops because, you know, he was hilarious. He was Jewish by descent, so I guess, and anybody should have been able to make
Well,
fun of them.
I
With
gotta
only
tell you,
people
Mel
seeing
Brooks.
that they're making fun of them, they're not paying some homage to them when they make fun of them. But now, like, you can't even make fun of them. You even do anything like that, you're fucked forever if you
Timeline
do
check.
some of the stuff they did in the old days, right? No, we can hear you, man. I was just talking.
I'm just saying that Mel Brooks is like 20 years after Adolf. But
Yo,
he
yeah,
made fun of
totally.
it because he was the greatest fucking. I mean, Mel Brooks rocks, but
Yeah, I'm
Charlie
just making the
Chaplin
point that
was
you
like
can't.
before Adolf. He was like there while the Nazis
While it was
were
happening,
brewing
sure.
and creating
Mhm.
their insane philosophy. And Mel Brooks was like in my lifetime.
Yeah,
So-
totally.
So I just want to get the timeline straight there.
I know that. I was just making
Right.
the point that what he did, they did, you know, with impersonating them to make fun of them.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if somebody impersonates them to make fun of them, they're
Even
gonna
the
get
Three
caught-
Stooges did. Even
they're
the
gonna
Three
get called
Stooges
a
did a
Nazi
thing on him.
now. You know?
Because
So you
Mo,
can get arrested in this country for it.
Even if you're trying to be funny and make fun of them and disparage them, which I would encourage because they're bastards, but even if you just like impersonate them in an insulting way or something, you're totally going to go get screwed for that, I think. I mean,
that's the old anti-Nazi thing. Put the little your
I don't know.
fingernails are the mustache.
could like I don't know, could Jerry Seinfeld pull it off? I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Jerry could do it.
He's got the Jewish heritage. Maybe, of course, you know who has? I think on Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David's definitely done some of it. You know, borderline stuff like that.
Was Charlie Chaplin Jewish?
I don't know.
Huh.
Could look that up.
I mean, you'd think
Yeah.
someone who's called Chaplin wouldn't be Jewish, but might be a stage name.
Well, no, it sounds very British to me.
Where'd
I
the
don't know,
cowboy hat go,
The
Aphie?
MAN would make me think it would be Jewish.
On the ground.
I'm
Getting
gonna
itchy?
try it.
No, I was like, just fuck that shit, you know.
Born into
Why?
cowboy.
Yeah, I'm done with
I
No,
honestly
it doesn't
believe
matter.
that Aphid rode into this podcast on a horse
Yeah.
and just sort of like just got down with his hat on, tipped it a little bit.
My
My
trusty
lady.
steed.
Yep.
Ah.
He came in with a bottle of scotch. He watches lots of crotch.
Or he's waving a bottle of scotch around in his hand while he rides an
Well,
naked topple.
I googled it. It said Charlie. Well, the third one down is Taylor and Francis online. Charlie Chaplin, Jewish or Goyish? How do you like that? The Goy term there. Last Dance, pretty interesting, right?
What are you looking at? Doesn't sound like Wikipedia.
I know.
Oh,
It wasn't,
what was that weird?
but,
Single out
no,
the
it made me
Jews.
laugh because I work with Jewish people and I would hear them say Goy.
All right, easy
All
on the
the time.
Jews.
No, I want Last Dance to explain Goy.
It just means non-Jew.
Exactly.
Goyim, the Goyim.
Yeah, Goyim. Yeah.
Goyim.
Anyway, it's all for fair disclosure here.
Mm.
I want to bring Aphid up on the ladder here of that translation shit, so you can you can have your bagels and have a nice schmear and understand what's going on.
Okay.
All right.
I'm Catholic, dude.
I know,
Are you
but
still?
I'm saying
That's old
I'm
school, bro.
introducing you into the Jewish world. That's what
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying.
You're not really, but
Well, come on, give me a schmear. Come on.
It's like
okay.
I mean, they
McGraw
have-
knocking on our
It
doors.
was,
going,
come on.
"Would you like to
Listen,
learn
if
about
you got that,
Jesus?"
you want sour cream with scallions in there or not? I do. Give me my bagel. Give me my toasted bagel with some sour cream and scallions in there. I'm gonna rock it.
Okay.
Last chance
good
is a
shit.
vegan.
What,
Yeah.
what are you on about?
I don't know.
I'm talking about different types of food and cultures. I'm
Last
shocked.
chance, did you put?
You're
Last
just
chance,
talking about Jewish people and bagels. It's
did you put on a Passover Seder this year? Last
Never.
chance? Never in your life. Not
Never in my
once.
life.
Have you been to one?
Oh yeah, often
Okay.
when I was little and lived, in Chicago with my family. Yeah, my aunt and uncle would put it on every year.
Did you eat the
What is
gefilte
it?
fish?
I did.
Fuck,
I
that
like that
rocks,
shit.
man. That shit's the best.
You gotta
Gefilte
get
is
some
good.
of the dried herbs from the desert, and then you sprinkle that on the gefilte with the unleavened bread from the desert,
Yeah.
Fuck, that shit rocks, man.
and it's
That's
good.
good stuff.
And I
Last
was
chance. We ever,
always the
if we ever,
youngest.
if we ever meet in person, can I lift you up on a chair?
And yeah, sure. I got to grow my sideburns though.
Only if you want to break the glass.
Yeah,
so. What is this holiday? Sorry for uncultured swines like
Passover.
myself.
Passover.
Right. Okay. Is that when you don't eat for like ages and then?
No, no,
No,
no.
That's Rosh. That's
That's Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur.
Isn't it?
Thank you.
Passover's awesome. They eat like crazy. They drink tons of wine. There's
Passover.
There's a whole fake meal at the beginning with like all the representational shit, all the
It's very all symbolic. That's right.
all
I kinda
symbolic,
like
and
the
then
sound
out
of this
comes the
Jewish
fucking
lifestyle.
yeah. But then out comes the big beautiful meal after, and everyone gets hammered. It's beautiful. It's great.
Yeah. No. I want to convert.
Just for
No,
the
I never-
Passover and the jokes. Then you have the
Well-
jokes, which you can tell endlessly, and one meal a year, and you're Jewish. That's all it takes.
They get so many days off of work.
I never took days off of work and I never took days off of school for Jewish holidays either.
Really?
They didn't like some schools. A lot of school systems now they're just school holidays. The school just closes for the
That's all
Jewish
we
holidays,
have. Yeah. We
which is
around
insane.
Spy tracking doesn't, they don't take breaks, so you have to work to follow the bad guys, which is, okay. It's a rumor. If Lee was here, Lee's got all kinds of theories. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
Lee likes a good story.
I think Lee is actually a Soviet agent.
You do, huh?
If anyone's a real anything, it's Lee. Lee seems to know. Lee. Hopefully, Lee's watching and we can tickle his ego.
You know what the thing I have to respect Lee about is he has much more tenacity than I do, because if I add 5 hours to the time that I'm at, I am absolutely. He's actually getting up. If I were him, I'd be in the bathroom drinking my coffee in the morning and making my fried eggs.
In the bathroom, you make your eggs?
Now I would be like stabilizing in the bathroom and then trying to make my eggs,
I see.
smoking my cigarettes and my coffee, and drinking my coffee. Because
Understood.
he's about 5 o'clock in the morning right now. It's 10 o'clock for us, right? He's like 5 hours difference. Poor Lee is struggling. If
he's out. He hasn't been here for probably 2 hours, so he's
Well-
probably asleep.
I hope
Oh, was
he
he-
is.
Was he on here earlier?
Yeah.
Lee was on here at 9:50. It's 10:20 here, so 30 minutes ago.
No, I've been here
So
for
that's pretty close to breakfast.
over an hour, and he wasn't here.
I'd be frying eggs by then.
You have not been here for over an hour,
Yeah, I have.
have you?
That's about
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
No kidding. All right, not
Let's
bad.
see. Yeah, he's been about an
The
hour.
illusion of time, hey Steve.
He may not have been
I
on.
mean, when you
he may be a little short of an hour.
Short of an hour. He said it.
Might be
59.
58 minutes, I'll say.
That's what my detector was saying. 58 on the nut. Cool. I'm glad I'm here. All right. So yeah, what else do we got? You guys interested in covering any other subject arenas? Still rolling.
Yeah, you got some stuff to play this week?
That all comes from Happy Days. That
I
when
got
you put
nothing,
the-
dude. I haven't been doing any show prep. Nothing.
Good. That's even better. So, what about Biden's son and all that bullshit? That distraction.
Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter and
Hunter's the distraction. Look
yeah.
at you.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I think we got to give Fox News a break, and I think they should prosecute the shit out of fucking Hunter. Let's put an end to that, and then let's watch what happens to Donnie and his fucking 37 indictments. And it's like
It's one indictment, 37 counts.
it's okay. 37 counts. I can deal with that.
It doesn't look good for him, but it never does, right? And
No,
he always comes out on top somehow.
He's definitely the Teflon guy.
Yeah.
Huh.
But
What the hell?
This is different.
What's going on, Smokesteve? You seem troubled.
yeah, help
Elon
us.
Musk. Elon Musk is like tweeting some weird stuff, man.
Well, forget him. It's
Bring it up there. Show it.
it's Saturday night. He's confused. He's under a lot of pressure. You have to understand that, Steve.
Yeah, all right. I mean, screenshot this. Wait a second. It could be showing my DMs. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's...
All right, be careful.
Shrink that. Who I follow. Okay, yeah, that doesn't show anything. That doesn't show anything. That doesn't show anything. Okay, I shrunk the DMs. I think we're okay. Right, this is an Elon Musk tweet, as you can see. Wagner pulls off for Moscow. Neocons. WTF, put it back in.
Yeah, he likes. He sometimes likes this bizarre kind of vulgar humor.
There's this recording. A live Russian coup has ended.
That's not a recording. Well, it is now, but it was a Twitter. I don't know what they call it.
Like a
Twitter
live-
Spaces show.
It's like a live stream.
It was live with multiple speakers. Yeah,
Oh, I see.
like a round table, kind of like this pub, but no video
And more people.
and more people. Right.
What? Selling yourself short there, bud.
More than 7? I'm going to just go ahead and guess he had more than 7.
Yeah, we probably have more than seven people speaking on them because they usually have.
Well, they had more than 700,000 viewers or somewhere around that. Maybe, I don't know, 70,000? Who knows?
Well, we'll get there someday.
Slowly, but not sure.
People think that guy has the answers to everything.
I know.
That and Joe Rogan. What have we come to? Those are the most trusted voices in the world today.
So, what do you think? You think RFK Jr. has peaked, or do you think he's gonna get higher numbers?
I think his stance on global warming is faulty.
But that's. I know you wouldn't. You're not into it. But what do you think about his? How do you think he'll do? You think he'll keep getting higher poll numbers, or do you think he's peaked and
Is he getting high poll numbers?
Supposedly, and I'm skeptical, that 20% of Democrats said they're for RFK Jr.
I don't like him.
But I mean, if you're a Democrat, he might just be the anybody but, the senile guy choice.
Right.
Well, he wants to
Yeah, but
immediately end gasoline engine and gas use and gas.
does he?
Well, he doesn't have the power to do that, but
No.
That's a major motivating factor for him, though. That's
yeah, I mean, I certainly don't want someone like that. Although he's actually moderated all those positions recently. Now, whether you believe it is another story.
Well,
he's a Kennedy, so let's start with that.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind a Kennedy.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me either.
Not him. He's not the Kennedy. But Last Dance, I feel like when I first found out he was running, you had said something crazy that he was standing for or talking about or promoting or something.
Well,
this is months back.
I mean, he has a record of saying things. He's not, he's been, a global warming kind of alarmist, and he was saying things like, people who deny global warming should be. At one time, he said they should be jailed.
I
for
think
denying global warming.
That's what it was. I think
when talking about corporations that contribute to it, he said they should have the death penalty.
He's fucked.
That's
Who's
interesting. Did you guys hear that I think it's
Elon?
No, the Kennedy.
All right,
Robert
real quick, you know what I'm going to
Kennedy
do?
guy. Okay.
I'm going to put the pub on mute here, but I'm going to put it on my phone with the headphones on YouTube, so I can hear you guys.
Is it the Irish fade out?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Shoot, I lost my train of
Oh my
thought.
God, it's so quiet. I love.
I know his fan. You don't realize it until he gets
I
muted.
know. And I
How
think it helps
absolutely
my
loud it
brain.
was.
But have you guys heard the cat video on TikTok?
Wow.
Again with the fan.
I'm alone.
The cat video on TikTok really narrows it down, bruv.
I apologize.
I don't look at TikTok
interjecting.
because there's cat shit on there.
Exactly.
Really, you don't?
No
like
offense, Smoke Wife.
No, we're dog bros.
Wait, Aphid, you don't
live.
like cats?
I mean, I don't hate cats, but I don't want to see, a picture of a cat or a video of a cat.
I like a
Really?
good cat video once in a while because
Oh my god!
they're pretty amazing.
Oh,
We know
dude,
what
you
kind
love
of cat
animals.
videos
I
you
can't. I
like,
don't
John.
understand you. You know, squirrels.
I don't really want to watch dog videos either, to be honest with you.
That's true.
Okay. All right. I can understand your intolerance.
All right, now you
I
were
mean,
saying,
unless it's
Aphid?
something that's really like I saw a dog skateboarding, which I've seen many dogs skateboard before,
Yeah.
but this dog was just going after it, and he went down like a flight of stairs, and I was like, that is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how
Well,
about
helps.
cats swimming?
That sounds pretty boring, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's-
I'd actually probably prefer it if they were drowning in the video.
Wow. Oh my
I don't know,
god.
tell me why cat swimming is interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
or funnier.
I know they
than a
hate
cat
water. but-
drowning.
Because it's absurdly unnatural for them, but their tenacity is the secret to their survival as a species. Cats are
Some
unbelievable,
bro just threw a cat
and so are
into a
dogs.
swimming
I'm
pool,
not
was
an
just like,
anti-dog person either, but
oh,
I understand the
imagine
difference.
That. The cat is trying to survive in water.
Well, yeah.
Color me surprised. But I'd be the same with a dog, though. It doesn't matter what animal you throw in the water. If they try and survive, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's normal.
But it's not just
funny.
survival. It's actually voluntary entry into the water. That
What I find
that-
fascinating about cats is how fast their reflexes are.
yeah, and their ability to land on their feet.
Yeah, you've tested that, have you?
wow. Obviously,
Only 8 times. I was scared to try it one more time.
Well, that
Wow.
was that one day on July 4th when we tied it to a rock.
wow.
Mm.
And amazingly, it just landed on its feet. right
Wait,
in front of
I am sensing an irregular prejudice against a certain animal species, and I don't know why. Is it the cat piss? the litter box. Maybe those are the things that.
No,
You're really selling cats to me right now. Keep going.
I had cats growing up. I don't have a problem with cats.
And although I'm allergic to them, I had a cat.
See,
until it was.
now we're
But
digging deeper.
I like cats. I mean, they're.
Yeah, but now we're digging deeper because I'm looking at natural. I'm trying to understand it, and it makes sense. If you're allergic, it's something you don't want to be around. You know.
I just think they're dicks.
They are dicks.
Constantly.
They are dicks, and I like that. That's exactly what I like about them.
I mean, I like that they catch mice, but we don't have enough outdoor cats around here, so it doesn't make a difference.
They've had certain
we
programs
have loads,
in
and
the
they shit constantly in my garden
cats.
until I got a dog.
What? But why? Oh,
Why?
your
Because
soil was
the people
fertile.
that-
It was like a litter box. You have a lot of stray. You have a lot of
Well,
strays.
they should fucking no. What? Why do I have to pick up their shit? I
Well,
should grab the
you're just
neighbors
lucky.
by the ear and drag them round into my yard and go pick that up.
But
That is
may I
your cat
remind you
shit.
that if you would let your dogs go out there, they would take care of their shit. Because
Well, I
every
didn't have a
dog I've
dog
ever
this
known
time. I'm just-
wants to raid the cat's litter box and eat the shit out of the litter box.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Cats do that?
yeah. Dogs do that.
I
They
thought I
like-
was the only one.
No, cats. Dogs love cat shit for some reason.
You like a good litter box meal?
You know, I mean, since the topic got brought up.
It's a lively Keith.
All right, we're back.
Once you get the pieces of rock off it, it ain't too bad.
Yeah.
Steve, we were talking about dogs and their propensity to eat
It's
the
like-
shit
it's
out
like-
of litter
It's
boxes.
God.
like picking sweet corn off a pizza.
What the
or
fuck?
anything.
This is what I left it to?
like whole kernel corn, it's better the second time around.
Fecal matter consumption? Oh my god. I don't think you guys could have picked a worse subject in the whole history of subject matter while I was gone.
I think we have
It
some
seems to naturally go there.
Steve, I think we have an insightful experience on your part about dogs eating cat shit.
Are you guys all fecal philiacs?
Not really. I will say that this was brought up by McGrath.
It was.
I like the way you looked to your left and saw McGrand in my picture. It's like,
You talking about me?
Yeah, it's
last
like that
time
was a Jim. That was in a Jim Brewer skit. How lead guitar players would always be looking to the left. No.
My
They're
left
playing
is my
live.
front door.
Like, who's
so-
always over there when they're playing? Like,
well, it's
I-
because their eyes are looking down, trying to think where the fuck are my fingers at right now.
I think they're all.
You know?
I think it was all like rock and metal guys from the 70s and 80s, and they were like looking for their next bump of blow. like
Look
the
at
song-
their roadie. Like, did you get it?
yeah, something more like
Alright.
that. Exactly, dude.
This song's 2/3 over, man. You better have that.
Yeah.
Right. I want that shit ready to go.
We've only got one keyboard solo, two guitar solos, a drum solo, and a bass solo to get through. Come on,
Exactly.
I need my blow.
I'm thinking about French toast. What do you think, guys?
I think that's
I
awfully
I
don't
French.
think I want to talk about that.
Wait, how far are we in here?
What do you mean, Last Dance?
No, I just think there's probably more interesting subjects for.
Wait, I'm talking about making French toast.
Then
How far
French
are we
toast.
in here?
Well, if you're talking about making French toast, then you're talking about French toast.
I am, but
Right. I mean, you have a general disdain for the French in general, Last Dance.
No, not at all.
he does. Everybody, you know
I
what?
agree with Last Dance. Fuck
You know
the
what?
French.
That is a general disdain, and you know what? We as Americans have to respect the French. For example, the Cajuns all came from Nova Scotia,
I don't, I'm British.
and also, I wait, because you're a Brit, dude. So what I'm getting at is everybody has this disdain for the French, but for us as Americans, we have to have a lot of respect, because if it wasn't for the French fleet coming into New York Harbor to start the commitment to the American Revolution, we would not have won. We would not have won.
Yeah,
and also, I like French toast, but more than that, I like Canadian maple syrup. So, hey,
I think you should go make some French toast.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now. I'll be back.
Canadian maple syrup on
I'm going to
it.
do it. You guys stay with me, all right? Don't leave me.
All right.
All
Make a
right.
double batch.
Make us some French toast.
Yeah. I mean, how many
from French toast? Or?
how many years did the British
Oh,
fight
your
the
mic-
French for?
Your audio is
Your mic
breaking up.
really.
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit.
God damn it!
No, you're
Now
fine.
you sound all right.
Maybe just don't get too close.
Yeah, it's the wire. Put my fucking pipe down.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking wire.
Oh,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah, it's a bit dodgy. Sorry.
Stupid fucking thing. How many years did the English fight the French in wars? Do you count it in hundreds? I think so, right?
Not enough.
I mean, there was like literally 100 years straight through where you guys were basically at war.
We're still at war. It's just, not as commercialized anymore.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, you're gonna have to fix that wire, dude.
It's
Yeah,
bad
your
now.
wire is
Yeah.
Yeah.
still-
It's
Okay.
like a transmission that's not coming in clearly. You're breaking up.
breaker, 1, 2.
Yeah.
You're muted.
You're muted. Yeah.
All right,
Now
we're
talk.
back. How's that?
Oh yeah,
That's good.
Much better. Much
way better.
Okay, we have a problem. Houston, too much stuff on the motherfucking table. Overloaded the table. I'm beyond, like, I've gone beyond, like, jars. I've got stuff. I've got pipes. It's like I've got a
You've,
mixer. I got a shaker.
You've overflowed.
I have,
Isopropyl alcohol? What do you got that for?
Yeah, I've got bowl cleaning kit here, which is a really high-end Turgizyme, which is an enzymatic cleaner. That's the best bowl cleaner that you'll ever come across. I'm overloaded.
Yep.
Yeah, because if I touch the wire, the whole thing goes awry. Isn't that crazy?
Gotcha.
It is
Yes.
kind of surprising. Is this
And-
that same wire that has given you fits forever?
No, I bought a new one. This one is a shorter version of the other one, which now I know it's not the wire, it's the USB connection.
It could be the jack or the port. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are famous for the. You know how much these things can move around in the USB. There's no click; it just sits in there.
They wear.
It's pathetic.
They are not good designs.
Do you have one good USB?
I have two, and one of them is a USB to Ethernet, because this is a newer laptop, no Ethernet plug. So I had to use an adapter. So I have one USB to Ethernet adapter, and then one USB to the microphone. That's it, two USBs. Sucks.
Okay, I see.
Mhm. And there's no, like I said, direct Ethernet plug-in. Like my old laptop at work, you could plug your Ethernet right into the side. Once they started making these thinner, that Ethernet plug is, I don't know, more than a 1/4 inch thick. There
Yep.
was not enough room to fit it in the side of the new sleek laptops.
Yeah.
So these assholes instead make you buy an adapter, but they don't give you an extra plug to equal it out. So you have 3 instead of 2. Because the old ones you had 2 USBs plus Ethernet. The new ones it's just 2 USBs.
So you have two USBs and one's being used up by your adapter that's hooked up to your Ethernet,
The other's the microphone.
and the other one's the microphone, which is loose.
Yeah.
The port is.
Okay, well get the one you got one good one. Get a 3-port, come off of that and plug one of the Ethernet one into one of those 3.
I bought one of those and it was battery operated, and within like an hour the thing started going haywire and
Oh,
Yeah,
It
don't
was
buy
this-
cheap.
Well, you can buy them that they're not battery
Yeah,
operated.
you can get
Yeah,
powered,
I mean,
powered Ethernet hubs.
some can be
USB hubs.
expensive, but it's worth it. You know, you pay that extra $1, but you get a better product. So,
Right.
I mean,
thought
I've
it was
looked
a
into
good
them,
one.
and some of them are like, what, maybe $70, and it sounds a lot of money, but it's like, yeah, that's going to last me fucking years.
But even still, the port that goes into the computer is a little bit wonky. So if the thing ever gets touched, no matter how awesome of a Ferrari I have going into it, it doesn't matter when that thing.
Yeah,
gets
but if
moved,
if you got two, what I'm saying is put the
No.
use the good one to
you're
hook up
forgetting,
the port.
bro. I've bumped the internet one occasionally, and you guys have been like, "You've gone off. What's happening?" You're
Yeah, they're
running-
both
They're both
Oh, they're
fucked.
both-
they're
dude.
both a little flaky
Yeah.
for sure.
It's an
Alright, well, just
HP.
buy a fucking new computer then.
It's $500. I haven't done any porn on this thing, so it's as clean as a whistle, baby. So I'm running this sucker into the ground, and I'm not getting held back by a few fucking USB ports, dude. Come on,
I hear you. I hear you.
gotta be able to do that.
No. What I'm hearing is I've got all my porn saved to this computer. I don't want to give it up.
I mean, who saves
Well-
porn anyways? It seems like there's such
What if the internet goes down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? What do you
Man.
do then?
It could be down for 15, 20 minutes. What are you gonna do then?
all of a sudden the pregnancy and birth rate would
Yeah, I was
go
gonna
up.
say that would be
Yeah.
that would
Yeah, well,
reverse the declining birth rate.
Right, that's it.
Oh
I
god
mean,
damn it! I've got to have sex with my wife now.
Right.
No, I didn't. that's not
Okay, so I had something that I was wanting to bring up with you guys. So we have this. I think McGrande has talked about it before too, but the man when he mutes himself.
Yeah,
it's
I
just
know.
Like,
It's
am I
always
still
you when-
am I still live here?
Don't get distracted.
It's always you.
All right, I
talking.
shut the door. It's better,
All right.
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Much better. But anyway, so like a lot of the conservatives have really like gone for these low level, things in our school board for my son's school has totally been taken over by like real extreme far right.
How do you mean?
Types.
Can you give us.
Yeah, get into this. This is cool, man. I love this line that you're going down.
Yeah, give us
Yeah.
some examples of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
so the one lady that just got voted in there, and she overwhelmingly because they just do a good job, and a lot of people don't vote for those things, and when they get
Right.
money behind them and they advertise, they're able to get in there. Anyway, she there's a trans person working a boy that's now a girl, I think, that's working at one of our local libraries.
So
And
are you
she's
saying
picked-
a man or a child? Because you said boy.
Well, I think it's a like maybe teenager that's
Okay,
or
so still
young
adolescent we're
person,
talking.
maybe young 20s.
Okay,
working
so an
at one of
adult.
our
An
public-
adult.
I
Our
gotta flip my
public-
French toast. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you.
Thanks
Like-
to the
Make
French.
sure to update us. Update us at every step of the way, please.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You asked for this, Aphid.
so anyway, this school board new member has taken it upon herself to make this huge deal about it and call out this boy girl for being a groomer
Man, woman,
and
boy, girl implies youth.
just totally raising a bunch of stink over it. And as far as I've seen, there's been no signs of anything other than it's just a trans person working at the library and wanting to try to get this person removed from working at the library.
Well, you can't do
But,
that, so tell them to fuck off.
I know.
Well, let me get your opinion, Aphid. Like, you brought it up, bro, so you're wading into this. Like, you're fine with that person working at the library, right? Or no?
Yeah, I think that trans people should have equal rights. I don't think we should celebrate or promote them in any way, but they should
Why?
have equal rights to everybody else.
What possible reason could you have for being against a trans person having a job?
I don't know because
Or is it just library jobs aren't good? Or I don't get it.
No, I think it's because
Mrs. Lip's coming in because she's the one that.
No, she's bringing those. She's bringing the facts.
Oh, I love Mrs. Lip. Give her all my love, buddy.
I think it's the fact that there's a small amount, a very small percentage of people that do certain things become trans, to get away or do certain things.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying all, again, I'm just saying some have done this sort of thing, and that's their stupid basis on this of going,
that's what
all trans people must be like this.
Right. No,
I
that's
see.
a legitimate theory. And also people's general fear of the unknown, things that are vastly different from their societal norms.
I don't know. I've got a dick as well, bro. I kind of know some of these trans people.
Well, I know. But you too, like, you grew up, like, wherever you were, like, chicks that were attractive were chicks and dudes were dudes, and there was one side and another, and you went after the ones that you found attractive that were the opposite sex. So, like, a lot of this stuff is somewhat foreign. Like, I mean, there were gay people around. It was just different, I guess, like, back in the day. Like,
I think when I grew up, there was just no incentive to become anything. Like, you didn't have to think this way or that way. You just was a kid, being a kid.
Yeah. And frankly,
you just figured shit out on your own.
I knew.
That's kind of what I want kids to be.
One dude who was like Mexican American who was gay, and like if I called him, which I still really am not even comfortable saying the Q word, he would have words with somebody. He was a straight up, Mexican fighter. He was gay, but if you called him that Q word, that was like a negative back when I came up or grew up, like, I don't know if with you guys, but all of a sudden that's transitioned to a word of acceptance, which it still doesn't feel right to say that. I don't know about you all.
Queer?
Yeah, you know about queer?
Yeah, man. I don't.
It's
really
the Q, dude. We can say it.
I don't say it.
I always thought it was more of a thing to describe lesbians, like gay was male, lesbian was queer. I don't really understand the LGBT.
No, back in my day, the Q word, which I will just stick with that, was an insult, man.
Jesus.
Is there an F in all those letters?
No, but the F one, like, that's what you guys in Britain, like, Last Dance's vibrato tones called cigarettes. Bro.
Oh, nice little. No, I'm not gonna say it.
You're not? I mean, normally you would. You would say that in a bar, right? Like,
I could say, I could kill a FAG.
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah.
I'd love to wrap my lips around the FAG.
I want to rip an FAG.
I'm just licking up my FAG right now.
Making love to it is what it looks like.
Really?
Can you guys hear me chewing?
Oh,
thank you.
Jesus.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for your
Chew by chew, please. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah.
Can you
What
hear
is
me?
the sensation
Can you hear me
you're
chewing?
feeling? What is the
I just want to
sensation
know
you're
what my
feeling in your
audio
mouth
is.
right now?
Can you give me some feedback? Is it too
Yeah,
loud?
That's feedback.
My feedback is that you're feeding and
All
we're
right.
hearing it.
All right.
Yeah.
So how about this?
Aphid Lip, what did
better.
Mrs. Lip? Did she
Oh,
correct
okay,
you?
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, she was telling me. Okay, so she's involved with a super PAC because that's kind of what's going on with all these like low level things, and the chick in the super PAC is kind of influencing her to because now she helped this woman get into the school board, so now she owes her, so she's kind of pushing her to make a stink because she's got more of a voice than she does, and I guess the super PAC chick went into this meeting to try to get the chick dude fired and get the CEO of the area library thing fired as well for allowing this trans person to get a job. And she went in there dressed as a man with a fake like real obnoxious to the meeting that she was trying to make this point at with a
Like a
fake
Groucho
beard
Marx
on.
thing? Like,
Yeah,
or
yeah, like
horrendous, like
right,
disguise?
like
Oh my
yeah,
God.
really, like an obvious,
Like a
slight.
ZZ Top beard.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm picturing.
I mean,
But yeah, so that's what we. And then just think if you're because I don't have a problem with some confused young man or girl that wants to be a man or girl, and they're not going to feel. They're not going to feel comfortable.
So ambiguous.
Sounds like you're confused.
Well, they're not going to. What I'm
A
saying is,
confused
those
young
people,
man or girl who wants to be a young man or girl.
well, they're gonna Can you imagine them? Like, they're not gonna feel welcome at our school district.
I
And I don't
understand
think
where
that's
you're
right.
going.
Yeah,
either.
I'm out. I hope someone told that asshole to fuck right off at the school
Well,
board meeting.
the school board is getting kind of overrun by these.
Well, did you show up and tell him to fuck off?
I just found out about this, so
Man,
no, I didn't.
No,
I
he
would-
was
And I
drinking
probably
Coronas and smoking
wouldn't.
weed
I
by the
probably
pool.
wouldn't show up.
I would not be tolerant of anybody who's that's saying someone should be fired because they're trans. I know what they're saying. They're saying that because they're trans, they're grooming their youth to be trans. Is that their point of view?
No, I don't know what their
Yeah,
point of
but-
view is, but they should be judged on their merits as a teacher and on that alone. And if they are a good teacher, if they're an exemplary teacher, then you should be happy your child has them, because there's so many shitty teachers out there. If you're concerned about that, like what you're talking about, Last Dance, then you're fucking totally misguided. Just care about how they are as a teacher, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
If they're just teaching, that's all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I also
guess.
think there's teachers out there, not all, but some, are pushing an agenda on children. Rather
I don't
than
like
having,
that. I agree
Rather
with
than
you.
having
there are
discussion,
some.
and like if a child disagrees with you, talk about why does he disagree. Not just tell him he's instantly wrong.
There
Yeah.
probably aren't that many, but the few that
There is
that are out
a
there,
few, yeah.
they get a lot of press, and
Yeah,
you hear about it a lot. That gets repeated on conservative, Fox News and right wing stuff. It goes back and forth forever, so that you'd think 10% of teachers are grooming their kids to adopt some kind of a trans lifestyle.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, over here, like, we have morning, you meet your teacher, you have homeroom. Remember that stuff, guys? Fucking years and years ago.
Yep, I remember homeroom.
You go to language arts, and you go to biology. Maybe you get a gym class, then you go to lunch. After lunch, you might have writing, maybe a little library time. When does the time come in when do they have just this trans stuff plastered around the room? Like, a good teacher should just be teaching them these subjects. And from what I remember from those days, you're jumping from class to class. You have 5, maybe 6 teachers that you're jumping around to.
And what did you? When you didn't have teachers, you were trying to spend time with your buddies, not trying to hang out with a teacher to hear what they think.
No.
Teachers were
No.
old people when I was
But you
in high
will
school.
pick up on what they say if they're trying to push something, though.
I'm sure you're right.
I mean, like, we were forced to do religious studies, which was basically Christianity in our school.
So was this a
And-
pay school or a freebie? An England school?
This wasn't. Yeah, no, this wasn't. I mean, you have to pay for it, but it's all taxes and everything else behind it.
So
But,
they taught
so I
religion
wasn't
in
public-
public schools there.
No, I wasn't. Yeah, basically, like, yeah,
Okay.
in my age, anyway. But our teacher understood that not everyone gives a shit. So if they didn't give a shit, they were sent to the corner of the class to watch a DVD or a VHS at the time, anyway.
I'll be right back in
So
1 second.
we watched stuff like Citizen Kane and Ferris Bueller's Day Off and stuff like that.
I mean, either one of those is better than some bullshit fucking teacher. So
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. She was great. She was like, right, if you're gonna learn, you can sit with me, but if not, go over there and watch the video. We're like, okay. You've really got, because she had great taste in movies, though. So
Sorry.
Well, I mean, look at Mr. Kelsey One saying you don't need me on. Mr. Random Goon is.
yeah, we do. Of course we do.
You guys are buddies. I think you.
Well, we need more British in here. We need to take over. We need to bring back our empire.
Yeah, we do, and that'll even out the screen. It's always looks strange with 3 on the top and 2 on the bottom, and then of
Right.
course Thomas fucking Jefferson in the middle over there. Like he'll never change his fucking avatar ever. I mean, can we like hack into him and put Napoleon Dynamite in there or something?
That'd be great.
I mean, it's so serious. He'll only know this if he watches this back, or if he's back on now, and he's secretly listening, which is entirely possible. And if
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what you're doing,
He's
last
changed jumper. He's come back all serious.
his jumper, his rocker.
I think he's tapping it probably right now, is what I'm guessing.
Tapping it.
What? What the hell does that mean?
You know, like he's 1P already, and now he's tapping it to get those drops off.
Oh, he's shaking it.
Oh, right.
Or tap. You know.
I thought that was like a euphemism for like heroin or something.
I don't know.
Tapping it.
You ever heard the euphemism of chasing the dragon?
Mhm.
Yes, that's a heroin thing as well, isn't it?
That is right. Is that what
Isn't
that means?
Yeah.
Smoking heroin.
Yeah, chasing the dragon. Yeah.
Is
I
that
thought it
what
was
you-
when smoke comes out of your mouth and you try to suck it back in. I thought that was chasing the dragon.
No, you're just chasing the ultimate high from the first time that you ever took it. It's like
Gotcha.
apparently the first time you take it is the best time.
It's
So
actually
any
the
time
second
after
time.
that, you're chasing that.
I thought
high
it was
again.
the second time because the first time you throw up because you're.
I don't
not
know.
used
I've
to
never
it.
done it. I'm just.
And then the second time you don't throw up, and it's more pleasurable, supposedly, from what I understand. I guess that's it for McRand. French
guess
toast.
so.
French
He's
toast
out.
and out. Smoke on the water, Mr. Kelsey 1. That's a good one. A little bit of blue smoke on the water. Who is that? Come on. Last dance. It's is it Blue Oyster Cult? No.
Yeah,
No.
BOC?
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, it's not.
Don't Fear the Reaper is Blue Oyster Cult. No,
Yeah.
no. Smoke on the Water is Richie
right.
Blackmore.
It's Richie Blackmore with Pink Floyd. No, not Pink Floyd.
No.
Deep Purple.
Deep Purple. That's what it is.
that's
It's deep.
Richie
It's
Black-
Deep Purple.
I
It's
go
Deep-
backwards. I remember the guitar player first,
Yeah.
and
It's
then
Deep Purple.
the band.
You guys are right. That's the one thing I can play on the guitar.
Richie Blackmore was pretty good. Pretty good player.
It's what everyone can play on guitar, I think.
No, it's a great song. It's a fab. He nailed it, and some of his leads are cool.
I mean, Deep Purple was just the origins of metal, almost.
Black Sabbath was in the real origins.
No,
but-
I mean, Deep Purple were before then.
No. Black Sabbath was 1968.
Deep Purple? No, okay. Maybe, I don't know.
Close enough that they should have both been right there. And
Are you sure
And
Black
the
Sabbath goes back that far?
oh yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm a fan from the beginning of my days.
All right.
We lost McGrand.
hmm
You got
Yeah.
lost
When he
in his
says-
French toast.
French toast did him in, huh?
Yeah.
In Smoke on the Water, the first line is, "We all went out to Montreux," which I think it's like Lake Montreux is and this is it in the Swiss Alps or in France or something? It's a lake
Okay, never-
on the Lake Geneva shoreline. It's a great it's about they burned down some fucking concert venues, some drunks or some party goers. It's a great story, Smoke on the Water. Everyone remembers it for that riff, but it's complex. There's like a lot to it, you know, like it means something.
There's layers.
To the
See,
lyrics.
Cup of Tea says chasing dragon vaping smack off a foil. I thought that's what I thought too.
Yeah. Smack off a foil, right? From I think Bob Dylan does it in is it in Alice's Restaurant is the movie or one of those? Like he smokes H off of a foil. A little tin foil thing. Yeah. Chasing the dragon. That's what it is. He's right. He nailed it, man. Cool. COT.
He's finally good for something.
Drug references.
Wow.
Very good.
After 10 years of trolling, he finally contributed something worthwhile, and it's chasing smack off aluminum foil.
I love it.
Way to go,
Okay.
Cup.
Unplug the headphones and then grab a few more brew doggies. Let's come up with a new subject. Keep this puppy rolling, I think.
Cup of Tea is the.
Oh, Mr. Kelsey one's here. Let's vet him. Vet him, Last Dance.
All right, he's vetted.
Oh, you got him. Mute Smokesteve because he's
I got it.
going.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm using a different setup. This is my daughter's computer, so I'm kind of trying to make sure it works.
It works fine.
Yeah, you seem fine. How you doing, Mr. Kelsey?
Oh yeah, I'm good. How are you, Aphid?
I'm good.
Good to see you, Mr. Kelsey.
Thanks
How
for
you
asking.
doing, Last Dance?
Pretty good.
Always
you
a
guys
pleasure,
are
brother.
awesome.
Always a pleasure.
Oh, you guys are always good.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I was I was hesitant because basically, I always go political, but yeah, it seemed like a really chilled out chat. So
No,
yeah,
that's
I'm
cool.
I'm just gonna chill.
Yeah, can't you? Aren't you capable of chilling? Do you have to go political?
No, that's what I just said. I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna chill.
Okay.
Right. I
I'm
know.
gonna change
I know.
glasses.
This, if we bring up a certain subject, he's going to turn on like a chainsaw. He's going to be like, stay away from that.
What can we say to bring out the beast right now?
Yeah, we'll say
I'm
it.
not going to let on. I'm not going to let on. I know what it is. He's a passionate
Really?
man. This guy right here.
Basically, I mean, I've spent years trying to convince my family of what is going on. They are actually starting to wake up.
Oh, no kidding, huh? Were they
I
all
mean, they're-
like? Let's start with like. I think people are starting to wake up to some of the COVID stuff. I'm going to be honest with you, man.
They are starting to.
What do
they
you
are
guys think?
definitely starting to. Well, I mean, I thought it was all bullshit from the start. Well, no, actually, that's a lie. I bought into the lie from the start, and then I started to see
How many jabs have you had, Mr. Kelsey?
none. Neither has my daughter, but my missus did because she bought into the bullshit. By the time the jabs were available, but I was just kind of like, no, absolutely not. Not me,
Nothing wrong with
not
that.
my daughter.
See,
By
there's
the time-
nothing wrong with that, and this was one of the major problems I had with it, is that they vilified people who didn't, which I thought was fucking crazy, dude. Like, give people the choice and give them the proper information to decide, but to demonize and vilify people who choose not to, absolutely fucking crazy. That's my opinion.
No, I think you're right on that.
I'm a
think
little
you're spot on.
crazy. Vilified. Is vilified the wrong
People
word?
were. There was people on Twitter like calling for the not calling for the deaths, but like go, oh, I'll be laughing if you die because you didn't take the vax or whatever.
Oh, they did. Whenever someone famous died, that didn't get vaxxed, they would celebrate that
They
on
would rip into it. Yeah.
Twitter.
Well, apparently people are saying now. I don't know if this is true. I'll just bring it up that the whole Jamie Foxx recent health scare was related to this sort of thing.
Oh, that's all that
Yeah,
conspiracy
verified
stuff.
is
Yeah, but
We don't know. He says no. Why do we say otherwise?
to be honest, I do think it's a bit of a conspiracy over here, at least, of the amount of deaths that happened. I might have mentioned this before, but my uncle died, and they just put his death down to COVID because he had COVID, even though he was in there for like severe cancer. Like, we knew that he was going to die.
Right. Poor guy was on his last
You know, like,
legs.
so
Yeah.
they took him to the hospital where he'd be like, you know, the
Sorry,
best
sorry,
place to
Goon.
be.
Sorry,
No, don't
brother.
worry. It was a while ago. It's fine. But they still put it down to COVID. They're still saying, "Oh, this is a COVID death because he must have picked it up in the hospital the 3 days he was in there." And it's like, of course it isn't COVID, but that's how they hype up the numbers, and that's why I think little
Yeah.
conspiracy noggin brains going.
You have different rules in the UK than we had in the US, and you're right to be skeptical because I think here we had the doctors would report the primary cause of death. Even then, though, you're right. It's tricky. What if you had cancer, but you were expected to live, say, 3 more months, but you got COVID, and you died 3 months early? You probably wouldn't have died if your immune system wasn't compromised by cancer.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it was also kind of crazy that you had flu deaths every year until 2019.
Yeah.
And you had some flu deaths.
Some
Way,
flu
Numbers
way
do,
down.
decreased.
do you have
Way,
any
way
idea
down.
how many people die of flu?
I do,
I mean-
actually.
It varies very much year per year.
Please tell me.
Well, let me give you another statistic here. So, all the murders in Massachusetts that ever happen are transferred over to the state troopers of Massachusetts. No matter what town you're in here, if there's a murder, it gets transferred to the state investigates it to make sure for such a serious crime that there's no, malfeasance on a town level. So, 20 something plus state troopers were fired because they chose to not get the vaccine. They were then retroactively decided that it was improper to fire them. I think they were given back pay and then allowed back onto the force after over a year that they
So they
weren't.
should.
So these guys were literally they probably make, I'm not gonna lie, $100,000. They're stadies. It's Massachusetts. They pay these guys well. Maybe $120 a year. I don't know. They're not gonna give them the overtime credit, but I mean, what the fuck was that about? I just don't understand why they would restrict these guys from work and then just tell them, "Oh, we were at fault," and bring them back on. It's absolutely...
it was because Joe Biden actually said you need to get rid of these people. Joe Biden actually said that you need to get rid of these people, and it's kind of like, yeah, but you haven't put it through the courts yet. And it's kind of like, no, you need to get rid of these people. So they got rid of the people. It went through the courts. It turns out it was illegal to fire them, and therefore they had to hire them back, give them the back pay, and that's why that happened.
That would be federal workers and contractors,
Exactly.
not state employees. That was just a Massachusetts
No,
on
it
their
was
own.
it was everyone. It was basically get sued the hell out, or hire them back and back pay them.
Well, that specifically came up with the Stadies here. I know that much, and they all
They
got
were
their jobs back.
due to Joe Biden. They were illegally sacked.
It's unreal.
Back to the flu numbers being so low. Just real quick, I truly feel that that with this next flu season, we're not going to have near the COVID numbers that we have had previously. But if everybody was as precautious, wore a mask, cleaned their, went out and made sure they weren't, did everything that they did during the height of the COVID, I think we would have similar low numbers with our flu rates, because it's just not going to have the opportunity to spread in years past. That's why the flu numbers were so low.
The masks don't work. I
mean, I don't want to get into that debate, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Let me just say this: the masks don't work. The flu numbers are still going to be the same, but they're going to be relabeled.
I think you've got a point, but the masks don't work is more of a saying of you're not going to spread it. You're not going to get it. Whereas I think it's more the fact you're not spreading your if
spit,
you've got a cold,
your saliva.
Yeah, your saliva, your spit, everything else.
The aerosol.
The reason why, like places in Asia, they wear masks when they're feeling ill because they don't want to spread it to other people, and it does reduce the spread or something.
Well, take the mask, because I know the mask for some reason is such a trigger point for some, but
triggered
the low numbers in restaurants and low numbers out in public and all those things contributed to the low numbers of the flu rate being so low. It wasn't. I mean, I'm sure that there is a percentage of people that probably could have died from the flu and were counted as COVID. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I do think that if we lived our lives like we did when we were living our lives through COVID, the flu virus just wouldn't have the opportunity to spread like it does in other years.
Yes, that's it.
So that's why the flu numbers were so low during COVID, is because it did not have the opportunity that it had in the past to spread.
Right.
We weren't eating at buffets and we weren't even seeing people out in public. So how are we going to spread a communicable disease like that? So obviously, because of those factors, those numbers are going to be much lower than they have been previously.
It's a double-edged sword, because those interactions do end up making us stronger in general as a population of a species, Homo sapien, being that interacting with people, getting sick and getting better makes you healthier,
I understand that, but we're talking about low numbers of flu during the years that we had high numbers of
zero
COVID.
flu. We're talking about zero flu.
Well, we never had zero flu. I don't know what poll you saw that said we had zero flu, but
no, I didn't say you.
True.
I said in England.
In polls.
So I think what you're saying, and this is, you're saying that there was no COVID, that those were just flu cases. That people were calling calling COVID for, I don't know, so they could sell vaccines or something.
Is that right, Mr. Kill?
No, I'm saying there was COVID. I got it. I got it in 2019, Christmas 2019, which is before they actually announced it.
Right.
And it was a killer.
How do you know it wasn't the flu?
Well, because it was a killer. I was supposed to have Christmas dinner with my mother. I was supposed to bring her over, have Christmas dinner. I told her, you can't go anywhere near me. Whatever I've got, it will kill you.
Don't bring no Brussels sprouts near me. Right?
Yeah, no, seriously.
That's what I would say.
No, seriously, first COVID was absolutely freaking devastating. It was a bad disease.
Damn.
But the second time I got it, it wasn't great. The third time I got it, it was just kind of like a fucking breeze in the park. It was a breeze.
Right.
Did you ever test positive for it once?
I never took a test.
Okay.
But you got it 3 times.
Well, okay, maybe the third one was just flu. But I mean, what's it? The past 2 times I was ill. Well, the first one was almost killer. The second one was kind of like, ballpark. And the
Yeah.
third one, it was just fucking breeze in the dark. And it was beautiful because it was in October, which meant I'll be immune for December.
I got it a few times. The time I really got it bad, I was like, whoa, catatonic in the chair in the living room for a few hours. It was absolutely earth-shattering how intense this thing was. But for a short period of time. But it was, man, I couldn't even raise a hand. But then I just kept chugging water, mixing it with a little cranberry juice, and then a couple hours later, it was gone. It was
Are
like,
you listening, scientists?
it was crazy, dude.
Cranberry juice, water.
Pfizer just patented it.
But a lot of it. I'm talking a ton. Like, I knew I needed to clear the system, so I
A
was
ton of it.
pounding
What?
32 ounces, quart-sized canning jars of ice water mixed with various like organic juices and shit to get them down quicker. And I wore it off 12 hours, 24 hours, but it was incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. And I tested positive for it, so I know I had it.
I knew this would happen. As soon as I joined the chat, it would go all political.
It was Smokesteve's fault. He brought up COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine.
No, it was
all
cup
fine.
of tea.
We all love each other, so we're
It was
good.
cup of tea talking about ass cancer.
Ass cancer.
I don't know what he...
Oh yeah, no, I finally figured out how to bring the YouTube chat actually into Steam.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Well, you're playing your waifu games right now or something.
No, what's it? I've got you guys on Steam, and I've managed to figure out how to disconnect YouTube chat and actually pull it on the screen at the same time.
Yeah.
Chasing Dragon Vaping Smack Off. Really?
Oh, we were talking about chasing the dragon earlier.
Smoke on the water.
Smoke on the water.
Yeah. That is a good song.
Decent.
That is a good song.
She's all right. I think it's overplayed. It's
Oh
fine.
yeah, that's because it's one of those classic songs.
Maybe
Exactly.
in America.
Oh yeah, totally. Rock and roll stations way overplayed.
What was that? Deep Purple? That was the
Deep Purple.
Purple.
Richie
Yeah.
Blackmore.
Yeah.
Richie. Go
Well,
backwards.
gents, what do you think?
Oh, I'm having a good time.
Well, I could make an Irish exit and leave this thing going if you guys are gonna.
It's either way. I mean, you're the guy. You're the boss.
No,
You're
no,
the boss, man.
You're the Prigozhin of this stream.
I'm
That's
not
right.
though.
So if you tell us to march on Moscow, we're going.
I would say keep it rolling, dude.
You
If
say
guys-
go back to your barracks. We're going back to the barracks.
I don't know where I'm gonna go. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm like,
This,
I have this huge plan, and then I'm like, what's happening? What am I gonna do? I'm like, I got
this
nothing.
is why I don't join, because basically it always ends with me.
I was hoping that Aphid Lip was we were talking about movies, and he was going to say something about 2 hours ago,
Yeah.
and he never
man,
finished
what
it.
was
And I've been waiting for him to finish what he was going to
What was
say.
this?
All right,
Look at
Dave.
the
Let's
movies.
go. The
I don't
floor is
remember.
yours.
I don't remember. Were we talking
I don't
about
even
Close
remember.
Encounters of the Third Kind, or was it?
Yes.
Remember.
Yes.
I did actually remembering something. I did hear Steve say something about people being in movies, like famous, like
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
like I think like rock stars and stuff. I watched a movie the other night called Zombiever. Okay,
Ooh.
right?
I like it. I like it already.
but it had John Mayer in it.
Ooh.
Really?
It's just like doing
Why? How
dick
would he-
jokes and stuff like that. There's a redneck.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of his.
It blew
Zombiever.
my mind.
He's got a good
Zombies,
voice.
It's actually kind of
It's-
funny.
It sounds like a softcore porn title, is what it sounds
It
like.
does.
It could be that or a horror movie, right? An
Yeah, the
undead
fact
beaver
that
could be both.
And apparently one or more of the Backstreet Boys played some of the Zombievers, isn't it?
Yeah, Backstreet Boys.
I am intrigued now. How did you find it?
Yeah. My Lulu sent it me. Like, we gotta watch this. I'm like,
Oh
okay.
my god, she is
bad.
definitely a character.
Lulu?
Yep, Lady Lulu.
Ah, she is great. From your Twitter.
Is this somebody you've known for for a long time?
For a couple of years now, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
She's, I think, betrothed to Will Honorless as her husband, boyfriend.
No, she is.
No.
no.
No, she's married to another guy,
Yeah.
not the American dude.
Damn.
The guy shows up every once in a while on the stream. I can't remember his username.
Well, I got it totally wrong, so let's excuse my ignorance.
You're all good.
Did you guys talk about the submarine deal at all tonight?
Nah.
No, we didn't do that. We could do that.
I heard a thing. The guy broke down the statistical factors into what happened when the event took place.
Yes.
And I guess it took 1 nanosecond for it to implode and
You're right.
basically expel everything out the cracks.
It would have been like a bomb going off.
right. And
The amount of
It would-
pressure they would have been under would have just killed them.
Right.
It would be like an egg being run over by a tank.
well, and not only that, I guess that the amount of heat that's generated by such an event
Oh,
Is-
Yeah, I heard.
is
Right.
similar to the surface of the sun. So
Right.
whatever would have been left would have been instantly incinerated by
Yeah.
the heat.
I heard. Yeah, they were basically ash before the can actually hit them.
Right.
Right.
Well, he was saying that pain takes 13 nanoseconds, I think, for pain to happen before your brain can perceive
Right.
that it happened, and it happened in 1 nanosecond. And then your eyesight is like 30 nanoseconds. So they wouldn't have felt or seen anything
Yep.
in the amount of time that it took. And he was showing a tube of toothpaste, and he was like, this is what their body would have, basically been turned into gel and pushed out of any crevice that was created by the implosion on this capsule.
Yep.
I
I don't
think,
even know what the pressure is at that depth. It's got to be unbelievable.
They
I
said
think
it was
what
like,
happened, if I was to guess, pardon me, if it would be that
Mm.
they would hear like clunk and then look at each other briefly for like a quarter of a second, and then before they even had time to formulate a thought, they would have been fragmented into a billion pieces.
right.
I don't,
Like
I-
maybe there was a crack, and they heard a crack. Like it was
Right, right.
like-
I do think that they probably knew
No,
for
no.
a split second something was about to happen.
you know how slow the speed of sound is? It would have been
Yeah, I do.
the pressure wave would have been faster than the speed.
Well,
of
no,
sound.
I think he's saying like it was getting ready to go. Like
Oh, you
Yeah,
think-
yeah, they would have heard
Okay.
they would have heard like a thump and been like, maybe made eye contact and had a split second to imagine what that sound possibly is a meaning, and then slam, the whole fucking thing is done. I think that's a reasonable. I mean, usually they have a warning sound, whether
You know
they
what?
noticed it or not.
They were probably all
Warning
scared
sound.
shitless from the moment it went underwater. Except maybe the
Well, yeah.
CEO, who probably had
apparently
a stupid
that
confidence.
the poor son didn't. He was just didn't want to do
Yeah,
it.
he didn't
His
even want to
warning
go.
sound was going off before he even entered the fucking submarine.
He didn't even want to go.
And he
Yeah,
just wanted to
okay.
spend time with Dad. So I pressured my son tonight. I was like, "Would you do that? Would you implode to
Just
make
to
me
be-
happy?"
Just to show how much you love me.
Would you like to be
Let's go,
squished
son.
in a Pringles can for
Yeah, I was
my
gonna
Can
Thanks.
I actually respond to Mrs. Smoke?
Sure.
Mrs. Smoke, yes, you are absolutely right. There is a secret observing underwater division of the Navy. It's supposed to be secret. And unfortunately, this wasn't disclosed. So we had 5 days of bullshit coming
Yep.
from the media about taps.
Yeah,
all
that tapping
sort of
stuff.
crap.
But I knew
We
that was
had
bullshit.
we all had that sort of crap to hide from the Hunter Biden story.
Oh, God. I did not know you were going there. I did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, no, that is basically it. Oh, yeah, there's some taps. There's some taps. They already knew they were dead. It
No, they
was
probably
all
thought, "Fuck, it's
bullshit.
Fred Astaire."
It was all bullshit to hide from the media the Hunter Biden story.
Who was in collaboration to make this happen?
Who's in collaboration? All of them are Democrats. All of them are Democrats.
But I think the media did cover the Hunter Biden story.
Yeah, and then they went straight to
Oh, I
there's
see.
tapping. There's tapping under there. There's
Just,
tapping.
just to get it off the news cycle, put something else in its place.
Exactly.
Well, I'm skeptical, but I mean, I think there is a huge segment of the news media that will.
Hey, quiet. There may be tapping underwater. There may be tapping underwater.
Careful, you don't want it to implode.
Careful. What's it? They may still be down now because there's tapping.
Tappy tap tap.
You know what? When I heard the tapping story, all I could think of was, you remember that guy is that family with the guy who said his son was in the, what was that balloon thing, and everyone was
Oh my gosh, the boy in the balloon.
boy in the balloon. That's what I thought of with those
Uh,
tapping stories. I kept thinking, oh, there's no tapping. This is all nonsense.
Okay.
Boy
can
in the
I al-
balloon.
can
What
I-
the hell happened there?
Can I
This was like-
can I-
this was like
can
10
I
years
also
ago.
Can I also say?
Boy got trapped in a balloon. Poor little bastard.
no, he
For
didn't get
t-
trapped in. He was inside the house. The father said he was in the balloon, and the
It was
balloon
all a
Pathetic.
scam.
Poor pathetic little fucker.
because he wanted this. He wanted his minute.
Stuck
of fame.
inside the balloon, you heartless bastards.
Can I just say one more thing?
I'm just
about
imagining a
submarine?
baby in a party balloon.
I know, right? You're totally right. You're totally right. Going, this tiny baby floating around in this balloon, and like Last Dance and Aphid Lip are just these heartless, cruel human beings who.
We're just pointing at it and laughing.
He was.
Yes.
He was
Well,
never.
what
The,
the
the
hell?
boy was never in the balloon.
Oh,
What
make
is
me
wrong with
think
you?
about it.
Can I
There's
just
a
say
baby
one more
up there, goddammit. A baby. Maybe two.
Yeah, he's probably fucking in
What the
space
hell?
now. What are you going to
Come
do
on.
about this space baby?
thing? Just give me one more sentence, okay?
All
One
right,
more
go.
sentence.
Roll.
All right.
I want to hear more about this baby in the balloon.
Shut the head up. Okay.
All right, go, man.
12-hour expedition. Why the hell is there 4 days worth of oxygen?
Allegedly, that's what the brochure said on this that the company put out.
No, didn't
That it had
For a
96
12
hours.
For a
30
12-hour drop, why is there 4 days of oxygen?
For emergencies like this.
Yeah, apparently
If
they
there's
don't
if
syndicate
there's-
Gilligan's Island over there.
if there's an
Sometimes the 4-hour
emergency,
cruise don't last that long.
why isn't there a manual override to actually bring the sub back up?
There was actually. It was they
There
have these.
wasn't.
No, that's not what I understand. There is these bags of material that are on the side of the submarine. That's why I told my
all
wife
they
the
that.
ballast.
All
That's
they
why I told
had-
my wife that it was bullshit because I knew that they were dead because these things lose the sand dissolves or the salt or whatever it is in these bags dissolves under time, and it manually floats to the surface.
Ingenious.
But if it
absolute
implodes, then there's
it's
the
in a million
buoyancy is not-
pieces. Yeah.
well, yeah, and I think there's probably a collapsed can down at the bottom of the ocean. I would guess.
They found that.
Yeah, that has no air left in it because it's all been expelled because of the pressure, and then it wouldn't float to the top, whether the sand would dissolve or not.
I mean, honestly, I actually think the thing didn't even get halfway down, and then it imploded.
It didn't, because it's an 8-hour journey, they said, and the accident happened about an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, is that
into the
right? I
trip.
didn't hear that.
Yeah, so
no,
it didn't
that's-
even
that's
get
why-
all the way.
That's why the debris field is nowhere near the Titanic, because the current took all of it away.
I don't know that much. All I know is that it happened an hour and 45 minutes into an 8-hour journey.
I think they're going to find out. I don't know if you remember this story of some water slide where some
Water
kid
slide, yes.
like went down it and he like flew off and landed in like the parking lot or something and was killed. And when they looked into it, the guy that designed it he wasn't really an engineer who knew what he was doing. He just was an enthusiast. And it was all nobody should have trusted what he did.
I think that was in the Cannonball in North Conway, New Hampshire.
That could be it. I don't remember exactly where it was, but I just remember it was someone who was an enthusiast, but not really an expert. I think they're going to find that something similar happened in this sub, that somebody had an idea and they decided to try and make this sub, but there really was it didn't really have any of the engineering features that would tell you that it would work.
I still love Twitter. Twitter actually asks kind of like, do these people have connections with Clintons?
Ooh, the Clintons.
You think they got Clintonized?
I honestly don't think so. I think that they got walked up in the woke fucking nonsense that youngsters can actually do what experienced people can do.
Well, boys, what do you think? I think that's about the end of days around these parts.
Okay. Let's talk about Hillary's emails.
I mean, you guys aren't. I'm pretty much getting rolled up here. I mean, I'm like.
Don't argue with your wife.
Well, whenever you're ready to go, I'm ready to go too.
I'm ready to go.
It's late enough for me.
Yeah, it's all good. Well, it's fucking too early now.
Always good seeing all you guys, though.
Always
You
good
too.
to see you, Aphid Lip, and take care, Smokesteve.
All right, see you, buddy.
See ya.
All right. And thus ends another night of Smokesteve's International Pub. It's been a fine night. Let's all relax, listen to some good music, and think about great topics for next week, because I'll see you then. Take care. And good night.